Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure a smooth event, we ask you to kindly set your phones to silent mode and please return to your seats and be prepared. Now it's time for a special performance you've been waiting for. Please give a big round of applause for our K-pop star, 주최하고. She'll be singing 1,000 Years by Christina Perry, followed by Fate by Lee. Let's thank her with a warm applause for this beautiful performance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tae, a K-pop singer from South Korea. It's truly an honor to be invited to the 75th anniversary of the Nogunli event. I've prepared 2 songs for today. The first one is A Song's Years. part, I'll be singing Fate by 이선희. I'll be back again to part 2, so please look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the eye-opening performance. Before moving on to the next session, we'll have a brief moment to introduce a commemorative structure named Flower of Peace located at the back of the venue. The sculpture was created by an outstanding Korean pop artist, Bad Bose, whose legal name is Jae Min-cho, to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Korean War and the Nogunli incident. Pop artist Bad Bose is an exceptional contemporary artist from Korea who draws Korean historical figures that fought for the nation's independence. He has won the most reputable awards throughout the world. If you see his sculpture today, it represents that the traces of bullets on the bridge have disappeared and the pure flower of reconciliation and peace has begun to bloom right on the twin tunnel bridge in Nogunli. This symbolizes the sadness and tragedy of the Korean War. Now, the tunnels of nightmare is wrapped by the hands of Dr. Jang Woo-do, the chairman of the Nogunli Peace Foundation, as well as Colonel Kim Chul-woo, the UNC CFC USK Command Chaplain. This work of art expressed a symbol of getting out of traumatic pain and aiming for the start of healing and recovery. If possible, please take a moment to have a close look and appreciate this sculpture at the back. Thank you very much, and now we'll move on to the session 3. I'll now hand the stage over to our moderator, Dr. Chris Larson.
Okay, welcome everyone back. We can start by, can I invite the panelists to come up and join us on the stage to prepare for session 3? Our third session is entitled The Korean War Legacy, Achievements of KWLF and Future Outlook for Nogunli. And it will be presented by Joseph Garb, co-founder of the Korean War Legacy Foundation, and Greg Alquist, curriculum director at the KWLF. Comments on this section will be provided by Dr. Shannon Pugh, director of the Strategic Initiatives for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and Mr. Paul Dunbar, educator in Moore, Oklahoma. Thank you all for coming. Let's see, do you have microphones? Let's see if we can get you some microphones.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Carr. I'm the Executive Director of the Korean War Legacy Foundation, and we're really honored to be included in this conference. On behalf of Dr. Han and our entire team, thank you so much for the invitation to be part of this important event. I'd also like to thank the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs of South Korea. They have supported our work with students and teachers from the very beginning. And of course, a big thank you to the Nogunli International Peace Foundation, especially Chairman Chung, Secretary General Jun, and President Yan. Thank you so much for preserving the legacy of Nogunli through your Peace Park and through events like this. Now, I wanted to provide a little background on the Korean War Legacy Foundation. The Korean War Legacy Foundation was created in 2012 by Dr. Han, and his initial goal was to preserve as many oral history interviews with Korean War veterans as possible. So he spent the first 4 or 5 years focusing on collecting these very important oral history interviews. Now, Dr. Han collected 1,600 oral history interviews from all 22 UN participating countries, and we have those available in our video library. Now, we've also trained teachers. We have trained 4,500 teachers, and we have produced 8 curriculum books as well. And our program has very much become an international program. And I'll tell you more about that in a minute. So why is Korea's story important? You know, Korea has this amazing story. The Korean War preserved South Korea, and the South Korean people transformed their country into a model democracy with an incredibly strong economy. In 1953, Korea was considered one of the poorest countries in the entire world. 72 years later, Korea has the 10th largest economy in the world. It's a country with a very strong democracy, and we have seen that recently in December. It is a strong ally to democratic nations throughout the globe, and it's one of the few countries to go from a recipient of foreign aid to a donor. This is a really amazing story that needs to be told in classrooms, and that's our job as teachers, to talk about the Korean War, its legacy, and events like Nogunri. Now, we sometimes get the question, why teachers? Why focus on teachers? And to think about teachers, the reason is simple. When you can equip teachers with high quality materials, it has an exponential impact. There is a multiplier effect. Each teacher has about 125 students each year. A typical teacher has a career that lasts 30 years. That means a teacher is impacting upwards of almost 4,000 students during their career. Just last year, the Korean War Legacy Foundation trained in person 500 teachers on our materials. And if you think about the impact, that is 62,500 students each year. Teachers are going to use these lessons more than once. They might use them for the rest of their career. We estimate that we have impacted over 1 million students through our work, training 4,500 teachers. Now, the foundation focuses on 3 things. One thing is creating high quality curricular materials. Before we started, there were really almost no high quality professionally made curricular materials on Korea. We also focus on teacher training, and we focus on building a community of educators and like-minded organizations who are all focused on the Korean War and its legacy. Just a few of our books. We published a book on the Korean War, and this is actually for grades K to 12. So there are lessons in here for 1st and 2nd grade. Those mainly focus on geography because of, obviously these are new readers, but we have lessons for K to 12 on the Korean War and its legacy. We published a book for AP World History, and this is a very popular course in the US and around the world. We have another book on AP World History that focuses on the Korean War. We have a book that was published in the UK, and we partnered with the Historicalists of the UK wrote this, popular in the UK. We have a book for AP Human Geography. And you're going to notice on our books, you'll see another logo, it's NCSS. NCSS is the National Council for the Social Studies, which is the largest association of history teachers in the entire world. And Shannon Pugh right here is actually the former president of NCSS. We have another book for the general high school classroom. And the thing that makes our materials unique is that they're all available online for free. We never charge for any of our resources. And we have another book, Honoring Sacrifice, that was created in partnership with the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. General Taleli was a big part of making that book happen, as well as the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, which is part of the Department of Defense. So we've been pretty busy since 2016, and we actually have several more books in the works. We have a book in New Zealand. New Zealand did participate in the Korean War that will be published this October, and we have a big event in New Zealand. We published a book in Canada as well. We have a book in Turkey that will be finished soon. We will be producing a curriculum book in each of the 22 UN participating countries. And we're also working with former Eastern European supporters in North Korea to create a book for those countries, like Czechoslovakia and Bulgaria, Czech and Slovakia today, obviously. Now, the centerpiece of our work is our interview archive. And the interview archive has 1,600 oral history interviews from Korean War veterans. You know, this is a really amazing resource. We had teacher fellows go through each of these interviews and tag them with metadata. We also knew that it's very difficult for teachers to use a long form interview in class, so those teacher fellows identified some of the useful clips for the classroom. So for each interview, shorter clips were identified that could be especially useful for social studies and history teachers. So there are thousands and thousands of clips. There are also transcripts that can be searched. And this includes interviews from all 22 countries, even Luxembourg. We have a number of interviews from Luxembourg who participated in the Korean War. We have a grant program. Teachers can apply for mini grants to do special projects on Korea and the Korean War. And of course, we have our teacher training. Now, our signature event is called the World Congress of Teachers of the Korean War. And this is held every year in the country where we're launching a book. So 2 years ago, it was in Vancouver, Canada. Last year, it was in Cambridge, UK. And this year, it will be in Queenstown, New Zealand. And this brings together teachers from all 22 UN participating countries to discuss how they teach about the Korean War. And you know, the sharing of ideas at the World Congress is really amazing. Now, why teach about Nogunri? We've spent a lot of time as a foundation focusing on the sacrifice of veterans. But it's very important to provide students with the full picture of the Korean War. And this includes the Korean War's impact on civilians. This includes events like Nogunri. So first of all, Nogunri fosters historical understanding. This is a very important event in the war, and it's a real example of, you know, tragic civilian casualties during wartime. The thing about Nogunri, it's not widely known anywhere outside of Korea. And uncovering these hidden histories is very important. This is one of those less discussed historical events. Now, this also promotes critical thinking and world reasoning. Examining accounts from survivors, examining accounts from veterans. This promotes critical thinking and analysis. It fosters empathy for the victims. And it also raises ethical questions about the responsibility of the military and leaders during wartime to protect civilians. Nogunri fosters dialogue and reflection. And it really ensures the victims of this tragedy are not forgotten. But most importantly, understanding the historical context around Nogunri can hopefully help prevent future Nogunris from happening in the future. And isn't that the big goal here? It helps us understand the war and its impact. You know, war is horrific, and war is brutal, and students need to understand that. It's not just about the winning battles. We need to provide the full picture of what war is like. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our curriculum director, Greg Alquist. Greg Alquist is a master teacher. He is a former New York State Teacher of the Year. You know, he's pretty amazing in his work, and we're very lucky to work with Greg. He's been the editor on each of our books that were written for teachers and by teachers. Greg?
So with that kind of introduction, I want to lower expectations.
Yes, Matt.
So what I want to draw our attention to is actually the book on the screen that Joe already alluded to. In fact, we were presenting this for the first time 3 years ago exactly, and in this same space, because in 2022, the Korean War Veterans Memorial was rededicated on July 27th, 2022. We were all arriving on this day 3 years ago. It was a significant moment because if you haven't had a chance to see it, that Korean War memorial has been redone. It's beautiful, and there are several pieces that were added. We actually wrote a curriculum book that accompanied that rededication. And you can kind of see here, we had 7 different modules that were part of that work. And one point that I want to raise is another point of connection today. Several speakers today have pointed out the fact that there are 33 U.S. soldiers in the Yeongdong County that have not been identified and recovered. Part of that work is the work of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, the DPAA. In the United States. We partnered with that organization as part of this book project. And you can see on the screen, modules 5 and 6 are kind of STEM, which stands for science and technology, and engineering and mechanics. But the focus of that was to show how the DPAA work in math and science and engineering fields connected and could be understood by in classrooms across the United States. It was a really interesting module that gave students kind of a hands-on learning experience at the work of DPAA. And you can see that our approach is a multidisciplinary approach. In a way that I think the title kind of alludes to, it is to honor sacrifice. Our vision for commemorating and remembering what happened at Nogunri is very in parallel to that. And so what I want to share right now is just a draft idea that you can see is deliberately constructed here in parallel. It would be tentatively titled Honoring and Remembering. And this is a multidisciplinary approach. And what you can see is we kind of take different approaches to understanding. And honestly, I don't even have to unpack a lot of this because in many ways, the lines of thought and consideration this morning have already spoken to these modules and frankly, would inform that project moving forward. So I think there is hope, there is vision for this project that we would take some of the learning from today and make it accessible to students. If I was going to maybe take a little bit of liberty from session 2, one of the comments from Randall Olson that stood out to me and that kind of resonated deeply and connected to this project, he made the powerful observation that restorative justice shifts the moral center back to those who were silenced. And what restorative justice does, in my kind of humble suggestion here, is exactly what education can do. Teaching students is an opportunity for restorative justice. By teaching and empowering teachers to then teach students becomes, at least in my estimation, an act of humility that can shift that moral center back to those who are silenced. To use the other concept in session 2 that it seems that also resonated with me, that I think that perhaps this project, if we are able to launch it and create it, becomes itself an act of public history. And so it becomes a way to remember. It becomes a way, as was alluded to earlier today, that we can never forget, in the words of Abraham Lincoln. But I think that this work and this type of work might be able to be an opportunity where we bring public history into the classrooms of high school and secondary students. Here's just kind of a broad draft outline that you can kind of see. I do want to highlight Module 5 because in many ways, our colleagues who are coming after us, Mona and Gabe, who will share their work on the RFK Defender and Chairman Chung, Their work will be a nice kind of preview in some ways to what this larger project could be. But to that end, what I want to do just super quickly, and apologies for making it so quick, is I want to show one of the modules and some of the principles actually from the module 7 right there, and show what that might look like, how it looked like in that particular work, but also how we might adapt it to what happened at Nogunri. But indulge me for 1 second. If you have your program, would you turn super quickly to page 83? And I just want to kind of raise one quick question and allow you an opportunity to have a super quick, in-depth conversation of about 30 seconds with your colleagues right next to you. On page 83 in the program, one of the things that you see there are the 4 components of art. So you see form and function and content and context in kind of the upper right-hand corner of page 83. When you think of about a work of art, and one of your favorite works of art, I'm wondering, just really quickly, as you kind of like think through what one piece or 2 pieces that might be that come to your mind immediately, which of those 4 components of art is most important to you? Or which is most central to your understanding of that work of art? Is it form, is it function, is it content, or is it context? Okay? A 30-second deep conversation with somebody right next to you. Would you turn and just kind of have that quick conversation? Which one is it for you?
That's the one that is, I think form and content may be the most, have the most to do with the aesthetic, but I think form may have the most, and that's what I'm really interested in.
So if you're anything like my students, some of you are just going to choose not to participate, and I'm not going to necessarily call you out. Let me just take a quick straw poll, though. And if you want, you can just kind of quickly pop up your hand. How many of you said for you it was form that was the most important in your kind of quick evaluation? Just a couple of brave souls. I like it. Function? Okay, a few more. How many was content? More for content. And lastly, for context. Seems to kind of be the winner in some ways. All 4 obviously inform any work of art. And part of what we do in our work is provide that type of analysis for teachers that they can use with students. It becomes a way of analyzing evidence. So right here you see in all of our curriculum materials, we provide a big overview of what we do, but then we also provide teachers with instructional guidance. So we don't leave teachers to kind of like without some kind of a roadmap. We actually provide some resources. But the other thing that I want to suggest here is just another quick snapshot, maybe a quick preview of what it might look at Nogunri. Here is the memorial that we took, that I was actually able to visit just a little bit over a year ago. And one of the questions I think that becomes interesting and that might guide a conversation in classrooms is how do we make sense of the different parts of a memorial? And how do they work together? If we had more time, I'd actually kind of like lead you into that conversation. And here you can kind of see what this looks like at the Nogunri Peace Park. And what I just want to do is just show a couple of other pieces, although I want to just draw attention to this. If I actually started the work of art with this piece, and I had more time, we would actually have an interesting conversation about what we see and what purpose it serves. But when I widen the lens of that piece, you see it's just one part of a wider piece. But if I widen the lens even further, you'll notice that it actually is even a wider piece, right? It's the center of both of those pieces, that little mural that kind of commemorates what happens at Nogunri and the villagers kind of leaving. And I think that's what we can do with students is provide different opportunities to look at almost different scales for them to make sense and to understand, all the while kind of remembering here is where the incident took place at Nogunri. But I do want to point out, by the way, if I kind of just quickly zoom backwards, you'll notice, do you see those two openings that flank the right and the left? That artistically, it's supposed to draw our attention to the actual event and place. So that is what a good memorial does, is it kind of toggles between that. And here are some of the sculptures that kind of sit there. By the way, look on the piece on the right. You'll see that small child right there that's kind of in the foreground on the right. Do you see his shoe on the ground just a couple of steps backwards? And you can kind of see right there that his shoe is, on the right is gone, but it's left behind just a couple of steps back. An interesting detail that you can only see when we kind of pay closer attention, and in all of those pieces kind of work together. And I think here's the place that I want to end my comments, and just kind of like read this from an artist who is kind of thoughtfully considering the place of memorials. That what memorials do is they present a unique challenge for the designer as well as an important opportunity. They're both a place of public gathering and for private, personal, emotional reflection. And by the way, the picture on the left is from my time with actually a couple people in this room that we shared together, where it was a public and private ceremony of remembrance. And that's actually what's being commemorated right there. And I think that's the other important point about a memorial. It's not just a place or a space that commemorates something, but it's actually a place that invites invitation to reflect and to consider what this means personally. And depending on their message, they can create a place of healing for the soul, a setting for contemplation, the recall of loved ones, and at the same time, a gathering place for the celebration of life. By the way, the comments earlier that you made about family seem to resonate deeply with me at this point. And that's what a good memorial should do. It should call us to remember those that we love and those that are a part of our family. But there should also be a strong connection to the event and the time in history that they are meant to memorialize. And I think there's an opportunity here, perhaps, that this conference springboards into an opportunity for us as educators to take what we've learned here and to bring it into the classroom, and perhaps this provides some vision moving forward.
Well, first of all, thank you, Joe and Greg, for sharing a little bit about what the Legacy Foundation is doing and all the great work that they're sharing in around the nation, really, and around the world. So thank you for that. I am an educator in Oklahoma, also taught 2 years in New York. However, I'm not in the conventional classroom. My classroom is a gymnasium, and I see the whole school, not just one particular class. But I believe that my role as a physical educator is really important to the work that we're talking about right now, in the sense that I do see a lot of those students, I do see the whole school, and many of those children that I teach at the elementary level, they want to be in my classroom. And I think that has some significant implications for being able to kind of teach them about some of these things, like what it means to memorialize something or the history of something, and I can kind of propel their guide their discovery and moving forward. That could be something that lasts all throughout their career in going into middle school, into high school, into higher ed, if that is what they pursue. So when I think of the Nogunri incident, my mind immediately goes to those children that I teach. I spend most of my days teaching the young minds of the importance of teamwork and ownership, fair play, and resolving conflicts through communication. So the idea of children and their families caught in such a horrific situation is truly heartbreaking. It serves as a reminder of the devastating human cost of war and how innocent lives can also be caught in the crossfire. His presentation focused on educational resources primarily for the secondary students and mostly students in high school. And I think that's really important, but I think it's vital that older students learn about this history to understand the complexities of conflict and to develop the critical perspective on global events. But as I was listening to the presentation and considering the history of no gunnery, I couldn't help but think about how some of these powerful lessons might be adapted for the elementary audience. Of course, the content would need to be handled with great care and sensitivity for that age group, and you want to be tailoring them to be used for that younger population of learners. However, I believe there is a real opportunity to consider ways we might adapt the material to that younger audience. And you can already see from the previous slides that there's curriculum dedicated for K through 12, so already in the works. But in my classes, we talk a lot about respect for ourselves, our school, our classmates, and for whatever activities or rules that we might have involved in a certain game that we're playing. These are small steps, but they are foundational to building a peaceful and safe learning community. The No Gunnery Memorial and the ongoing dialogue surrounding it are a much larger but equally vital example of this. They stand as a beacon reminding us that even in the face of unimaginable suffering, the pursuit of peace and understanding is most important. For me, this resonates on a personal level as well, because I was adopted from Sakhalin, Russia, and much of the history of my parents and family background was unknown to me throughout my whole childhood. In fact, just recently I learned that I am Korean, and while I am very familiar with the work of the Korean War Legacy Foundation, this conference is just another step to kind of propel me into learning more about my own heritage and the history of Korea. So learning about Korea, Korean history, and its interactions with the US, where I've grown up, has given me a deeper understanding of where I come from and has opened my eyes to the rich history and culture of Korea. Learning about events like No Gunnery, while it can be difficult, it also is a part of that journey of learning more about that history and that culture, and it's about understanding the complexities of the past to truly appreciate the present and shape the future, which is the theme of this conference. The efforts after No Gunnery, the dedication to uncovering the truth and the creation of a place for remembrance, it offers a powerful model for us all. They show us that even after profound trauma, reconciliation is still possible. It's not about forgetting, but about acknowledging and understanding and actively working towards healing. And this is a lesson I try to impart on my students, even in their day-to-day interactions, that even after a disagreement on the playground or during some sort of activity we're doing in the gymnasium, we can still kind of talk through it and reconcile, apologize, and find a way to move forward with each other. So after we reflect to this presentation, let us carry forward the message of No Gunnery. Let it be a reminder of the fragility of peace, the importance of truth, and the enduring power of reconciliation. Let us also consider how we can adapt these lessons for even our younger students, not just at the secondary level, but at the elementary level as well. And using these powerful visual representations of the memorial and the spirit of healing to inspire lessons on character and integrity and the ongoing efforts of reconciliation. Let's, Let us use the powerful example to inspire us in our own communities, in our own lives, to always strive for peacemaking, to foster understanding, and build a world where such tragedies are never repeated. Thank you.
As Joe mentioned earlier, I'm Shannon Pugh. I'm a former president of the National Council for the Social Studies, and I am a 30-year educator in different ways, and I actually live in Anne Arundel County, which is 27 minutes by train here this morning. So I want to start off, really make the connection of the work that the Korean War Legacy Foundation does, specifically with teachers. and why this work is so important and in many ways very transformational. So I think I've been involved in some form or fashion for at least 10 years, is that about right? And so wanted to really highlight, so Joe certainly did a nice job of introducing Greg and his expertise, but Joe has just as many accolades, just as much credibility and admiration within the social studies world. And I think that's so important because as the foundation creates curriculum materials by teachers and for teachers, that credibility is so important. As teachers, we receive all types of stuff that were written by who knows who, but that really adds that piece, and I think they're really usable pieces. But as teachers work with the Korean War Legacy Foundation and as they work with teachers, there's all this transformational change that happens at different levels. And a couple of times today I've heard the connection to some personal family connection to the Korean War or to Korea. And I found myself also experiencing that. So in the 1980s, my father spent 8 years in Korea working, he was in the United States Air Force, and he was a fireman in Korea, and he was obviously there when I was a kid, and I don't think I really appreciated all that he did and why he found his experience in Korea so meaningful for him professionally until I started working with the Korean War Legacy Foundation and learning more about Korea. And just a few weeks ago, I actually opened up, my father has been passed away for quite some time, but I opened up his footlocker, which I counted was probably about 63 years old. But inside of it, for whatever reason, he put all of his stuff from his time in South Korea in this footlocker. So I even, Joe was in Korea and I was texting him pictures of things that I had found, and I was putting on my father's uniforms and jumpsuits and having a little bit of fun, but also just really making that connection of I don't think I would have found opening that footlocker so meaningful to me personally if I hadn't had the experiences of learning more about Korea and participating in so many events. And that is key for teachers in all types of ways. So once you touch us in that personal, emotional way, you pretty much have us hooked. And so there are two other things I want to just highlight of the great work that happens here. Is one of the reasons why the National Council for the Social Studies has partnered with the Korean War Legacy Foundation on many, many publications is because what the publications and curriculum does is it really promotes good content and pedagogy. So it's not just something flashy, it actually goes to the meaning of what it really means to learn social studies, to learn for understanding, to become critical thinkers, and to think about the world. And that is certainly centered within the resources. The focus on inquiry, evidence-based learning, multiple perspectives are all those things that we need our students to know in order to be the caretakers of the world that we hope to leave behind them. And then when we look at some of why studying Korea is such a great case study, just having students understand, as was mentioned, that we go from a country that's devastated by war, that was a major receiver of international aid, and then all of a sudden becomes a major donor in the international aid market, just really shows resiliency. It shows the power and spirit of people, the importance of democratic development and of international cooperation, which hopefully goes to being the core of what we in the social studies world talk about civic life. We need our students to create the skills and processes and content knowledge and context to really be the holders of our future of democracy. So one of the other things, and Joe talked about, Nogunri in particular, is it is such a difficult topic to address, and I think especially now, it's always been important, but especially now, history is complicated, and we have people who think that history is a series of dates and a series of events, and if you ever digress from that, here's your list that somehow we're trying to indoctrinate children. We're not trying to do that. What we're trying to do is present experiences in the world, have students ask very serious questions, such as whose voices are heard in history, whose voices are left out. Why does that happen? And what is the best way to remember history? And all those things don't come from simple lists. They come from really engaging and unpacking complicated events in history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think that we owe that to our students to let them know that history is complicated and it's not a sitcom. It doesn't always end happy. There was a little, diversion, but everything worked out great. There's a lot of long-term consequences for a lot of things that we have. And as someone who taught both world history and art history for many years, this focus on artful thinking and unpacking for various pieces of the history through art is so important. I don't think would be surprised that so many of our students who sit in our classrooms today are 30-second image human beings, and whatever we can do to help them unpack, whether they are historical images, memorials that we see today, or be really good consumers of information and can really look, especially with all the AI stuff. These are such critical skills. So once again, it's a pedagogy skill that the teachers who participate in some of these programs are able to take and apply them across many different ways. The second point that I want to make about the importance of this work is once teachers participate in these types of activities and professional learning, we go back and we work on committees and teams. So state standards across this country are written a lot by teachers. So each state has their own process of identifying and writing standards. Districts and schools have different ways of adopting materials and writing curriculum. But once you have had teachers participate in these types of activities, Korean War Legacy Foundation, I think you've been at every NCSS conference, at least for the last 10 years, if not more, and this is where thousands of social studies teachers come each year to learn about new ways to teach things. But what happens is then we go back and we're tapped to be on these committees and we bring that knowledge with us. And so I did a little bit of a search, and I might have asked AI to help me, but a list of states: Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana, Minnesota, Mississippi, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. What those states have in common is now their state standards specifically mention and require teaching the Korean War. And that was probably not the case 10 years ago. And it really makes me think of how many teachers who participated in these activities then went back and were tapped to be on these committees that bring forward, hey, this is the content that we should be sharing and teaching our students. And I even went through that same personal connection very recently. I see somebody who was on a task force with me over there. But one of the things we were working on for a recent project through National Council for the Social Studies had to do with looking at themes. And we were working on a part that had to do with, what from the late 20th century would you suggest that people teach for these themes? And I went, Miracle on the Han. It was the first thing I thought about. And 10 years ago, I would not have thought to teach about post-war Korea as this major piece. So those things, although they sound simple, they're very complex, and the work that happens with the gentleman over here, as well as Dr. Han, really centers that and is making a huge difference. We've heard about the thousands of teachers that are impacted, and ultimately the tens of thousands, if not millions, of students who are impacted as well. So just to wrap up, so the Korean War was a defining moment, as we all know, in the struggle for democracy and authoritarian systems. And I just want to say that in our current global context, where democratic institutions face new challenges, understanding this history becomes essential for our students' civic participation and making sure that they understand and they can participate and guide the world in which they want to inherit. So thank you very much for allowing me to provide a little bit of context to my great friends here, and great work. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Before session 4 begins, we're delighted to invite Karen Robinson, Program Director of Human Rights Education at the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights and Foundation, who will share insights on how Chairman Chung's journey reflects global human rights advocacy. Following her remarks, we will begin session 4, and then panelists can come in at that time.
Thank you so much. I needed the podium. But I want to thank everyone who made today possible. I feel myself, the narrative of today is so layered and so consistent and so powerful, and I'm just so appreciative and have so much gratitude for all that went into making today happen. Over 20 years ago, Carrie Kennedy wrote a book called Speak Truth to Power. Her intention when she wrote the book was to highlight the stories of the people she saw as among the most courageous in the world. In her original book of 60 Defenders, she included the names, people, and stories of folks we knew: the Dalai Lama, Desmond Tutu, Elie Wiesel. But a majority of the names and people and stories were people who we'd never heard of. Sister Diana Ortiz, Marina Pitslakova, Roger Serrani. Interestingly, a couple people in her original book, while not known when she wrote the book, went on to win Nobel Peace Prize: Wangari Maathai and Kailash Satyarthi. As I read these stories, me, someone who was educated and had been working in the field of human rights for about 10 years at that time, I was astonished at how little I knew. The defenders' countries, sure, perhaps some knowledge of the political system, some aspect of the culture. What I didn't know challenged me to learn more, not just about the defenders, but about human rights in action more broadly. And I just want to introduce you to a couple of these human rights defenders. Marina Pitslakova. Marina is a leading women's rights activist in Russia. She studied aeronautical engineering in Moscow, and while conducting research at the Russian Academy of Sciences, was startled to discover that family violence had reached epidemic proportions. Because of her efforts, Russian officials started tracking domestic abuse and established that in a single year, close to 15,000 women were killed and 50,000 were hospitalized. While only 1/3 to 1/5 of all battered women received medical assistance. With no legislation outlining the abuse, there were no reinforcement mechanisms, support groups, or protective agencies for the victims. In July of 1993, Pitslakova founded a hotline for women in distress, later expanding her work to establish the first women's crisis center in the country. She lobbied for legislation banning abuse and worked with an openly hostile law enforcement establishment to bring aid to victims and to prosecute criminals. She began a media campaign to expose the violence against women and to educate women about their rights. Today, her organization, ANA, also known as National Center for Prevention of Violence, operates a network of over 170 crisis centers across Russia and the former Soviet Union. She is now active not only in combating the scourge of violence against women, but also in preventing the trafficking of women and children. Speaking truth, teaching truth, remembering. Does her courage sound familiar? Abubakar Sultan. Sultan was just 24 years old when he began his work on behalf of children in his homeland of Mozambique. He was a teacher at the start of the brutal civil war in Mozambique, which left 2 million children dead, 250,000 displaced, and 200,000 orphaned, and numerous others drafted into fighting as child soldiers. Unable to look away, he left his profession to travel the country under dangerous and harsh conditions to rescue these children of war. Kids ages 6 to 13 who'd been forced to witness and participate in the worst of humanity. In 1988, Sultan started the Children in War Project, aimed at rescuing thousands of these traumatized youth. As part of the effort, he trained over 500 people in community-based therapy centers, teaching them how to remove child soldiers from the front, provide them with psychological support, and then return them to their homes. The project ultimately reunited 4,000 children with their families. Speaking truth, teaching truth, remembering. Does his compassion sound familiar? Digna Ochoa. Digna was one of the foremost human rights attorneys in Mexico. Digna Ochoa was also a nun. As a defense attorney at Centro Pro, Ochoa took on some of Mexico's most politically charged cases, including the defense of alleged members of the Zapatista insurgency in Chiapas. She won acquittals in several highly publicized cases. In many cases, Ochoa's clients were subject to torture and due process violations. Ochoa herself was threatened with death, abducted, and subjected to extensive harassment. Just a few weeks after she was interviewed for the book Speak Truth to Power, 2 men assaulted her in her own apartment. They blindfolded her, tied her up, interrogated her, threatened her, and pressured her to sign a statement. They cut her phone line and opened a gas valve in a closed room. Miraculously, she survived. Speaking truth, teaching truth, remembering. Does her steadfast perseverance sound familiar? Remembering, telling the stories, providing a pathway for learning about the full spectrum of human rights and what it looks like in our daily lives. For us at Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights and our human rights education work, and specifically Speak Truth to Power, we are about uplifting these inspiring stories of human rights defenders who've dedicated their lives to creating ripples of hope that are changing, have changed the world. Speaking truth to power when others want silence, or want to forget, or want to eliminate. From the original group of human rights defenders, we have expanded the list of people and stories we highlight. We have hundreds now. Our process is really straightforward and is guided by the UN Declaration of Human Rights Defenders. We identify human rights defenders as individuals or groups who act to promote, protect, or strive for the protection and realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms through peaceful means. And this all brings me to the early 2020s and a conversation I had with Joseph Carr. He approached me about working with Dr. Han and the Korean Legacy Foundation. Soon after, he asked if I'd be open to working more on the Nogunri incident. I had no idea what he was talking about. I knew nothing about Nogunri. I, of course, knew about the Korean War, but minimally, really just scratching the surface. And thus began my journey of learning and discovering. It is very easy to forget if no one remembers. History is but a series of events, one after another, day in, day out. To move from one day to the next, one event to the next, one experience to the next, remembering can sometimes get challenging. Additionally, it is often easy for someone to forget the painful events in our collective history, particularly those events that seem far away, but in reality are really close. Remembering can be a tricky thing without people to tell us the stories, and that's where human rights education and Speak Truth to Power comes in. You all know part of this collective history better than I, so is it really that surprising that in the US, when I was young, we didn't learn about this? Growing up, I learned about the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the World Wars. I was alive for part of the Vietnam War, but honestly, I learned more about the Korean War from the TV show MASH than I did in my classroom. By all accounts, Nogunri was one of those wartime incidences that we shut down. We cover up, we hide, we forget, because the US committed war crimes. The event is one of the deadliest acts committed by US troops. Remembering, telling stories, starting the process of holding accountable and healing. Chairman Jung, devoting his life to steadfastly revealing the truth about Nogunri incidents, speaking his truth and advocating for human rights. When the idea of selecting him as one of our Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Defenders was presented to me, my response was immediate and with no reservations, yes, of course. I saw courage, I saw compassion, I saw perseverance, I saw a human rights defender. Over the last few years, from that very initial conversation with Joe, I've learned so much more about the Korean War and more specifically about what happened at Nogunri. I've also learned more about the Nogunri Peace Foundation and the work of Chairman Chung. When you've been doing this work as long as I have, you have to accept two truths, at least two truths. The world is hard, and there is great evil. There are people who commit, for many and varied reasons, atrocities that are often unspeakable, lives lost in violent ways, the dehumanization of our fellow human. And there are people like Chairman Chung, people who speak truth to power, and defenders like all of you. Education is not neutral. Once we learn something, it is part of how we understand our world. We here today are about education that advocates peace, justice, and human rights, that uplifts empathy, compassion, and courage to stand up and speak truth to power. So this is what I've learned from so many in this room now. 1950. On June 25th, 1950, Kim Il-sung invaded South Korea with Soviet support and the Korean War began. On July 26, 1950, the U.S. Army 8th Army, the highest level of command in South Korea, ordered Korean civilians traveling and moving around the country must stop. It was declared that no refugee will be permitted to cross battle lines at any time. The movement of all Koreans in groups will cease immediately. The Army stated that it was fearful of North Korean guerrilla troops disguising themselves as peasants. They believed that columns of civilian refugees were compromised by this infiltration of North Korean guerrillas and had orders to treat refugees as hostile. As a result, violence against civilians was all too common during these initial chaotic months of the war. One day earlier, U.S. soldiers had rousted hundreds of civilians from villages near the town of Yeongdong in central South Korea and ordered them south along the main road. As the North Korean invasion pushed toward the area, on July 26th, these civilian refugees approached a railway bridge near the village of Nogunri. Members of the U.S. 7th Cavalry Regiment dug in near Nogunri, and only 3 days into their time at the war front, opened fire on civilians. One veteran recalls being instructed, and I think we heard this earlier, fire on everything, kill them all. Over the course of the 3-day barrage of gunfire and air strikes, hundreds of South Korean civilians were killed. Survivors recall a stream under the bridge running red with the blood, and cavalry veterans recall near constant screams of women and children. Estimates range of those killed upwards to 400 deaths, and most of them being women, children, and the elderly. After the 1953 Korean armistice, South Korea went through a period of dictatorship through the mid-80s. The dictatorship focused on Korean economic development, maintaining a strong alliance with the United States. Discussion of the war years, especially of any wrongdoing that might paint the South Korean or American governments in bad light, was discouraged. Government censors and special investigative units would hound victims of the massacres like Nogunri to keep silent. Koreans who had family or relatives who were political offenders, collaborated with the North, or defected to the North were prevented from going overseas or becoming government employees. Thus, for about 30 years, under the military government, it was considered taboo to criticize any wrongdoing committed by the U.S. and South Korea, and critics of the government lacked foreign context to get their stories out. Chairman Chung and his father were rare examples in South Korea for those who would not remain silent. When his father passed in 1924, Chairman Chung continued to fight to remember the victims of Nogunri. He assisted his father in writing the first novel about Nogunri incidents, Do You Know Our Pain, which we've heard about today. He led efforts to publicize the incident, resulting in significant media coverage, including an AP investigation report in 1999, which led to international recognition and a Pulitzer Prize. He pushed both the Korean and US governments to conduct fact-finding investigations, culminating in President Clinton's statement of regret in 2001. He contributed to the establishment of the Nogunri Special Act of 2004 and the construction of the Nogunri Peace Park, a site for education, and I lost my last page, remnants, and authored and published a 2-part history of Nogunri. As chairman of the Nogunri International Peace Foundation, Chairman Chung organizes international conferences and educational programs to promote human rights and peace globally. Courage, steadfast dedication, and compassion. This is what I know now, and what I am still learning. Remembering can be a tricky thing without people to tell stories and uplift collective narratives. For the massacre in Nogunri and so much, much more, Chairman Chung has made the remembering and the opportunity to learn possible. I believe there are more people like Chairman Chung in our world, people like all of you here today, who help shine a light in the darkness and make sure we remember, with peace and love, onward together.
Thank you very much. Session 4 will commence next. I invite the presenters and panelists to come forward. I think there are some microphones on chairs. Session 4 is entitled Nogunli and RFK, a case study of Defender Chairman Chung. Presented by Mona Ahyani, a nationally recognized educator, human rights activist, advocate, and recipient of the Queen Smith Award, and Gabrielle Fain, an academic leader and curriculum specialist, a social studies department chair and instructional coach at Frisco Independent School District. The session commentators are Andrew Beider, co-founder and executive director of the Academy for Human Rights, and co-founder for the Educators Institute for Human Rights, as well as Dr. Bobby Downs, assistant superintendent at Burlington County Special Services. And let's get started.
Been a long day? Now it's on. Been a long and fruitful day. I see a lot of faces from people I went to Korea with 2 summers ago. Just so, show of hands, how many are teachers in the room? We haven't really kind of gauged that yet. Okay, we're kind of spread out around here. So we're going to get to the actual lesson that Mona and I created this time last year, I think, is actually going to happen. My school, Frisco, Texas, is outside of Dallas. It's a growing suburb, home of the Dallas Cowboys, all those kind of bullet points. It's a suburban district, large South Asian population, tech industry. So they know nothing about the Korean War because it's not in their cultural context. And since I've been involved with the foundation since 2018, I believe, if I kind of think backwards, I've learned a lot. They've incorporated things from North Korean cartoons to monuments, and I think I helped Greg with that art lesson that you guys saw earlier with memorials. To go a little further, Karen talked about her center, the RFK Human Rights Center. You can get to it by going to rfkhumanrights.org. I've got a couple screenshots that kind of show you how you find Dr. Chung's actual materials. You can see where it has in white, our impact educators, educators, human rights defenders. It's a bunch of clicks. But when you get to the education focus and look for human rights defenders, it'll pop up a map. And then when you go to kind of scroll to Korea, you'll see Dr. Chung's face, and you click on him, and there'll be the defender profile itself. And you also, as you go through the map, you'll see all the other global defenders that have been on this site for years and is growing. And it'll actually be the 6-page lesson plan that is not in the packet, but that's what Mona's going to talk about in the second half of this. So it kind of looks like that's the cover of it, the bridge itself. When I visited last year, and I'll show some other pictures of it as well, what surprised me the most is it's still got a working road underneath it. And there were cars going back and forth as we're looking at the site and the bullet holes and the creek that when you read accounts of the massacre where people were trying to get water from because they were there for days and it was hot in the summer. So like many people said, it's just powerful to visit the site, but then to realize that it's a functional road still in that town. It's a permanent thing, right? It's not just something that happened years ago. It's there, it continues. And I think that'd be something that's powerful for students. Not knowing with session 4 what would come before us, a lot of what I'm about to say you've heard a couple times, so I'll be briefer. But from a teaching perspective, you want to give kids some context, and part of our lesson has some videos they'll give context for. But as Shannon said earlier, Korean teaching is becoming more than state standards, but in 2018 when we started this, it wasn't. So I've always had to kind of tell my students, what is the Korean War? When does it happen? How does it happen? And the like. I like to teach their images more than traditional bullet point lectures and the like, as many of us kind of do. And you'll see when Mona starts talking about her lesson, there's a lot of primary sources as well for kids to dig into. In fact, one of the primary sources is some of the information about Nogunri in the context around it. As you guys learned this morning, the Battle of Yeongdong, that 8-day period, Nogunri is part of that. But there's other things that are happening too, as the refugees are trying to get out, trying to move south. Bridges over rivers that would become defense points were blown up, and sometimes there were refugees still trying to cross. So Nogunri is one incident in many incidents in that fateful summer, as just the panic of getting south and trying to form a defensible perimeter happens. You can see the part of the order, the Air Force memo from July 25th, 1950 that I've blown up. It says that it is reported by large groups of civilians, either composed or controlled by North Korean soldiers, are infiltrating U.S. positions. So the order literally was to strafe all civilian refugees parties from the Air Force perspective. Okay? And so we show students these documents, right? So they can get that context. I also want to talk about the word massacre versus incident, because I think it's important for students to see how it's talked about in different ways. And it's a different context. In a diplomatic context, maybe it's an incident, right? But when you're talking from the victim's perspectives and the suffering that ensues, it has the characteristics, as it should, of innocents being massacred. Not judging the soldiers who did it because of that fog of war that happened at that moment, but for students to connect to this, you need to use language that shows the various emotions that could go into it. So these are pictures on the right that I took when I was there. I'm just amazed at the bullet holes that are still preserved that many years later. It is in that crucial part that the general said earlier this morning, form that kind of nexus of travel to get south. And so refugees, including Dr. Chung's father, he was already gone from the town. He had gone to the temporary capital. If I'm remembering correctly from reading his book, it was to look for other family members. And there was some fear for the villagers to leave the village until they were actually ordered to leave. They didn't plan on leaving, but the army told them they had to go. So they just grabbed what they could and they left. And a lot of the men had already left to seek other family members. So he, of course, wasn't there when it happened. Another document that we'll also go into with the lesson itself is in 1950, again, taking the idea that in this concept of we have no backup, there's our rear is infiltrated, and then the idea that they see streams of refugees, and I remember critically in the book looking at this idea that they were all dressed in traditional white garb, and to the very rookie soldiers who had been stationed on basically clerical duties in Japan, and then thrust into combat and not being able to discern enemy from foe. When these orders come out and there's this panic of there's no one to protect us, we're having to retreat while defending this retreat, I think it's a little understandable that things like this might have happened, right? Still tragic, but we're exposing the students to these documents so they can see the context of when these things are going on. Of course, after the war is over, and then in 1960 to 1979, and then into the 80s, when the government of South Korea was not wanting in any way, as spoken earlier, to potentially harm the alliance with the United States, there was going to be no discussion of these issues, no discussion of these massacres, and some of these documents were hidden and don't come out into the public eye until the 2000s. So this is where we get to the story of Defender Chung and his father. So to me, this is a kind of a twin defender status. It's the two Chungs, the work of the father and then the work of the son himself. So the father was 27 years old when it happened. I pull a lot of these images from Dr. Chung's 2-volume book that I'll show you the cover of in a minute that I was lucky to get a copy of from the Nogunri Peace Foundation in Nogunri. But his father tirelessly worked during that period when you weren't supposed to speak of these things. Because if you spoke of them, that could harm the alliance, right? The mother that you see in the middle, she was the one that survived, or her 2 children did not. And then Dr. Chung was born after the war. So his father's life, you can see, was decades of keeping this issue alive, not letting it go. The first book that has been translated that the earlier group talked about was first written in 1977, but doesn't get published until 1994. So you can see how those testimonies existed, but they weren't public, right? When we were in Korea, summer ago, one of the professors that was with us was talking about how this is still a topic in different segments of the South Korean media that you've got to tread carefully with, because it's not the only example of things like this that had happened. Dr. Han, who's not here, has this expression, we don't want to scratch the scar. You don't want to open a wound of the past, but you can't ignore it. So how do we address these issues without pointing and laying blame? So Dr. Chung's father, Chung, and if I'm mispronouncing names, that's my Achilles heel with every language but English. His father, Chung In Young, worked tirelessly until his death in 2014 at the age of 91. And during this time, you'll learn from the Defender profile, Dr. Chung gave up his own career to help his father to carry that legacy forward. You saw this in your program. These are the bullet points that are on the Defender profile that Karen read through to kind of summarize for students. The Defender profiles are short because you got to keep their attention of his work with his father and then on his own. And in his 2-volume work, and I've got the cover from volume 1, and then kind of a snapshot of some images he has inside the book, he details not only his father's work, but then what he has done since, and that was published in 2020. And I've got most of these images are his images that are in the book. We have a 4-page excerpt that we've lifted from this book that we're having students look at about this time in 1999 when he was meeting with US officials to get recognition, acknowledgement of what happened in Nogunri. And he details this black suburban that tended to follow them throughout DC as this was going on, as it's still a touchy subject. And who was it? Was it the Korean CIA version, or was it handlers, some US intelligence agency? But even in the modern era, there was this idea that things should not be spoken. Don't rattle the cage. You saw some of these earlier. In fact, I was taking pictures the same time Greg was taking pictures. As Mickey was our photographer. How many pictures did you take? Thousands. He was always taking pictures. But it's just amazing, this memorial that is within a short walk of the actual bridge. Right? And this is an accomplishment of Dr. Chung's, getting this national act in South Korea passed and funded, and the funding continues for the educational initiatives that happen there. We were lucky enough to spend a night in the student dorms, and we got to interact with Korean teachers about how they cover these incidents, the Korean War, and it was amazing to see what we thought they were teaching was not what they were, right? Because it's a touchy issue here and there. This reminds me, in our current climate, you know, teaching students about where the US might have done something wrong, in some states you don't do. I'm from Texas. You gotta tread lightly with that, okay? But it's necessary. There's good and bad in history, and we're not here to lay blame. We're to have students see the both so they can be better informed. And that gets me to the moment.
Good afternoon. I'll give you just a little background about me. I'm from Toledo, Ohio. When my parents came to this country from Iraq and Lebanon, when we were young, my sister and I, they had 7 kids. My sister and I said, "Why did you come to Toledo, Ohio?" And I will say, we do have Jamie Farr from MASH, and we do have the famous Tony Pacos, and we do have many different memorials around Toledo that do commemorate the Korean War based on that popular culture history. So if you're ever in my neck of the woods, you can look me up and I will take you there, and we can go to Tony Pacos. The food's not great, but the ambiance is nice. And I want to really thank Karen and Joe for bringing me into this work many, many, many years ago. And when we think about introducing students to human rights violations and war crimes, we know as teachers that it can be very difficult and, or as Gabe stated, not acceptable depending on which state you are teaching in. So we really wanted to teach these topics through the lens of seeking reconciliation and restorative justice for victims and survivors, because that is where the power lies for our students. We know that students have a short attention span. We can blame it on a myriad of things, but we're not here to talk about that today. We need to really think about how to engage students so they really can learn, but use what they've learned to become activists for whatever issue they may be facing, whether it's a human rights, whether it's a social justice issue. And this lesson, to me, is very important because it does seek that justice for the victims and survivors, and it also reflects social emotional learning, while exploring generational and intergenerational trauma and healing. So you can see, as teachers, some teachers, when I help train new teachers, they're like, please don't make me do an enduring understanding or an essential question, because we know it's hard to create those. But Gabe and I settled on these, and I think when you look at how we structured this lesson, we did it in a way where teachers can pick out certain pieces and use it, because sometimes teachers may not have the entire time in their classrooms to do all of it, but we're hoping they will. Essential questions that implore students to analyze historical governmental acknowledgement of past human rights violations creates a path to prevent future human rights violations and war crimes, and also an opportunity to teach students about the human costs of war. Thanks. So, in social studies / history, content matters. So social studies and history, yes, we teach strategies, but it's really about content, and choosing the type of content you're going to teach can either make your lesson or break your lesson, depending on your students. Gabe teaches gifted and talented students at an AP level. I teach for 30 years now in the same urban public school district that I graduated from. And what we did is we chose content and materials that were going to be student friendly and teacher friendly across the board. So I'm gonna go through a little bit more in depth later, but let's just look at these brief student friendly video clips. We chose these to provide historical context. We know students love a video, okay? But it can't be too long. So the longest one here is a little bit over 6 minutes. And you can even break that up, and you can stop it, and you can ask students questions or provide a graphic organizer. As teachers, you know what strategies you can use. The carefully selected primary and secondary sources allow students to inquire and investigate the No Gun Re incident in the context of a human rights violation and a war crime. And some of the sources that we chose introduce students to what is a human rights violation, what is a war crime, using the Rome Statute and the Geneva Convention, condensed, very condensed. But again, if you need something more to teach this lesson to your highly advanced students, you can still pull from all the documents that are on the website that Gabe discussed. Also, graphic organizers allow a teacher to scaffold and differentiate for the student, because this is a very hard topic to discuss. Human rights, social justice issues, and talking about justice, students don't even have a clear understanding of what justice is. And that's why the profile defender, Chairman Chung, is really one that introduces students to this concept of social justice and restorative justice, and being dedicated to something and dedicating your life to it. And I think our students today need to see defenders like the chairman, who will serve as an inspiration to them.
Everything in the lesson is hyperlinked on this page, so you can take and show them their link if you need.
So the first part we looked at, and I promise you I won't take you through every detail, but obviously they have to read the defender profile. You can number the paragraphs if you have students who are English language learners or students who have trouble reading, or you could do it together as a class. We decided that we would write this lesson and have it as a homework assignment. Let's face it, some of the kids may not read it. So what students can do is do a summary of it. The teacher can go over it before they actually get into the lesson itself. So these questions we posed were, what does Chung Ko-ju hope to accomplish through his work? How is the profile defender championing human rights? So looking at it, not too in-depth, but in-depth enough. And then 3 short video clips. The video clips are interesting, and they also have the graphic organizer that Gabe created to go with them. And the first 2 videos focus on the Korean War in general and the problem of refugees during the opening days of the conflicts. And you can see the questions that we pose to the students for those videos. The 3rd video analyzes the 1961 Korean coup by Park Chung-hee and the creation of the Korean CIA. And then we ask students a very interesting question. All you have to do is say secret police or CIA, and students are interested in those questions. So we really try to cater to the student, to their interests and their needs. So this looks like a lot of primary sources. I hope no teachers are cringing over there, but they're very short. We're going to spare you because of time. We had a jigsaw activity with a graphic organizer, which is what we posed to the students to have them do. We wanted them to act as human rights defenders and investigate the civilian refugee tragedy and look at whether some of this evidence supports or doesn't support this as a human rights violation and a war crime. You know, our goal as teachers is not to, it is to lead them down a path, but it is to allow them to determine these issues and what the consequences of some of these incidents are on their own. And that's what we try to do through these sources. So some of the sources Gabe already touched upon, and I did too, the Geneva Convention Explanation of War Crimes, Articles 7 and 8 of the Rome Statute, the International Criminal Court, which was discussed earlier today, the letter from the U.S. Ambassador to Korea to the Assistant Secretary of State that reports on a meeting involving the embassy personnel and the top U.S. military staff trying to discuss and try, I won't use the word justify, they were deciding that U.S. forces, whether or not they would open fire on South Korean refugee groups. I piloted some of this lesson with my students in May, and they were really interested in this letter, and they're really interested in declassifying previously confidential documents too. So we tried to bring all of that into it. Also, another source that we looked at was the government document Decision to Shoot Refugees. And from Veterans for Peace, it's a source that links the communication logs that we also use from Major General William King on July 27, 1950. It links the communications log and the letter to the U.S. policy on dealing with the civilian refugees. And there are other, in the lesson when you download it, there is a whole extra page of additional sources, which I actually received from Dr. Han. And I added them because some of them will extend the ideas about whether this is a human rights violation or a war crime. And some of them are much easier to read for those students who may struggle with some of the others. So check out the downloadable lesson. Okay. So our homework at the end of the day, and I know even my own colleagues say, oh, students don't do homework. Well, you can decide how you want students to navigate this. But if you see, this is a really important source, an excerpt from No Gun Still Lives On, and it really exemplifies the journey to seek justice across generations. And it's not a difficult read, it's interesting, and these are the questions we were posing to students after they read this excerpt. I won't read them to you, but and again, these can be changed and altered and edited. If you want a Word document or a Google Doc of this lesson, you can reach out to Gabe or myself. We created it, so we have it. We can give it to you so you can change whatever you like. Then we had a concluding activity. I know day 2, it depends how long your classes are. Maybe this is day 4, it depends. This concluding activity really speaks for itself, but we've heard about some of these sources throughout today. So Gabe and I were discussing how we're really thankful that the sources we chose to use were reflected in most of the discussion today. So it helps validate the work that we tried to do to honor the victims and the survivors and the families of this tragedy. So we have them brainstorming, we have them discussing and thinking about how the U.S. military could have taken more responsibility for their role in this tragedy. And this connects to contemporary events. Our students who are watching the news, they understand that it's okay, as Gabe said, it's okay to analyze and think about the decisions that have been made during times of conflict and war. As long as you're using accurate and reliable sources, I think it's our duty as teachers to teach students how to navigate these issues. And I will end with the idea that we must reconcile human rights violations in order to move toward the future together. Thank you.
Yeah, that's on. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Bider. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I teach 8th grade American history in a small town that's right near where the Buffalo Bills play. But Chairman Chung, thank you for allowing us the privilege to share your life's work. We're here because of you, because of your family, and because of your father, and of course of your mother. Thank you for your service to the world community, and it's a privilege of all of us, all the teachers in the room, to honor your presence. And thank you, and the lesson, I think, does you your life justice. I'd like to also thank all the organizers in the room. I mean, there's a lot of great people here today, right? But there's the interns in back that made us feel special when we walked in. And, you know, the organizers who made sure that everything was safe for us to get here. And the one thing I'd like to pay some attention to here before I start my formal remarks is this table right here that honors those who have gone before us, whose service made this safe space possible and our country's possible. Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of Franklin, of course, she was his eyes and ears because of his polio during World War II. And she said, "Dear Lord," and I'm sure she would welcome the opportunity that I have right here, "lest I continue in my complacent ways, help me remember that somewhere, someone died for me today. And if there has to be war, help me remember to ask, am I worth dying for?" Chairman Chung, thanks for making that quote come alive here with your life's work. As an educator well-versed in war crimes, international justice, the importance of human rights, it's my privilege to share the following reflections to you on this great lesson that you just heard about. That took dozens of hours of work. It's not an easy thing. Gina, is my volume good in the back there? All right. It took dozens of hours of work and painstaking small decisions, and they did that under the guidance of Greg, those books are thousands of hours of work. that make these conversations possible, that lead to the statistics that Joe mentioned. Now, to look back at this moment in history, there's another moment that goes back to World War II that I'd like to mention. After leading the Nuremberg trials, the chief U.S. prosecutor, Justice Robert H. Jackson, spoke at the University of Buffalo. And he witnessed the horrors of the Holocaust firsthand, and he worked to bring those to light. Out of all the consequential things he said there that day, one line that feels especially important to me, and I think to all of you once I share it, is when he quoted H.G. Wells, who said that civilization is in a race between education and catastrophe. That's what this conference is all about, right? Civilization is in a race between education and catastrophes. So you use Jackson's quote as a guiding principle. What strikes me about Mona and Gabe's lessons is three things: their devotion to the integrity of Nogunri's painful history in the Korean War, why teaching about war crimes is essential, and lastly, the significance of ending the conversation with the positive counterweight of the radiant life of Chairman Chung and his family. Now, you saw it yourself. There was a devotion and a fidelity to accuracy in what they did. That goes without saying, and that's step one. And, of course, to teach a broader lessons, we've got to teach about the 5 W's: the who, the what, the when, the why, and do it in an engaging manner, and deal with 25 to 30 young people who aren't necessarily thinking about what we are, right? The second thing I like about what they did is that they acknowledged that war crimes matter. Doing self-help helps countries accountable. I always give, this analogy, and it's a loose one, it's a crude one, fault me for it if you will, but how do you teach about international justice to 13-year-olds? I do it through the example of the cafeteria. And can you imagine a cafeteria without a cafeteria monitor? Could you manage a cafeteria without any rules or any principles or principles that judge things? There'd be food fights every day, right? But with those things, we can prevent war crimes in the future. And it's important to remember that of all those statistics that Joe mentioned, those human lives that are impacted by education, a lot of them are going in the military, and a lot of them are going to be officers, and a lot of them are going to be in real-life situations that require instant judgment, the type of which that only history can provide. In the end, my friends, I'm sure you all agree, the world becomes what we teach. To quote the Native American leader Sitting Bull, inside of me, there are 2 dogs. One is mean and evil, and the other is good. And they fight each other all the time. When asked which one wins, Sitting Bull said, the one I feed the most. Thank you, friends, for the privilege of being here today and making me a better person and a better teacher. May the victims of the families of Nogunri find justice. May our beloved countries learn from its lessons and become better people. And may all of us find the courage of the Chung family that to never accept anything less than the truth. We go together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Downs. I am from New Jersey, and since my colleagues represented their football teams, I am a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, thank you. But more importantly, I stand here today. I'm a school administrator, former history teacher, but I am also the granddaughter of a Korean War veteran. And when I look back at the timeline, he was actually a member of the 8th Army as part of Task Force Smith, stationed in Korea at the time of the incident that we're talking about today. So my grandfather was there. There's a personal connection, a personal lived experience for me in reflecting on what I'm going to share with you today. So First, I want to express profound gratitude to both Gabe and Mona. We've had the opportunity to work together for multiple years, and they have an outstanding commitment to social studies education, human rights advocacy, and thank you for crafting such a powerful lesson about Dr. Chung. Yes, thank you. So your work, the goal as teachers, as we know, is not just to prepare students for academic success, but what you've done today prepares them for life as empathetic, globally aware citizens. And that's what we should all want for our particular students. Moreover, thank you to Dr. Chung for your extraordinary bravery. Sharing personal and generational trauma about your family, especially in such a public space, and then formalizing it to be taught in the classroom is not a small act. The story of no gunnery is not only part of Korean and US history, it's part of the broader human story. And I've had the honor to meet you both here, Dr. Chung, as well in Korea, and I find your compassion and passion to be inspiring, so thank you. Your willingness to turn pain into purpose and awareness into advocacy is the legacy of deep strength and of moral clarity. You honor not just your family today, but all the families who have suffered in silence, so thank you for that. So I just want to take a few moments as an educator to reflect on this presentation and the lesson through the lens that I bring most in my work in education. So trauma-informed teaching and restorative practices. As a history teacher who works with specialized populations, I work primarily in the field of special education and alternative education. I've dedicated my career to teaching other educators that these aspects of teaching must encompass our lessons and activities, much like what you did here today. So thank you for that. And I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't take a moment to reflect on the trauma that's sitting here in this room, and something I think we might experience later as we go through the ceremony. So vicarious trauma is the distress that we experience when we hear or witness stories of others' trauma. So you're spending time today sitting in the trauma of no gunnery. Notice how you feel and what it does to you. Notice as you walk through these stories, the impact that it's having on you. That's the same type of impact our teaching has on our students when we talk about things. And then do this often as you teach. How does the teaching the lives of others impact your own life? And how does the trauma of your students impact you too? So think about these things as we move forward. Without the acknowledgement and processing of our own experiences and responses, we cannot continue this work of trauma-informed teaching and restorative practices. So these two frameworks fall under the broader umbrella of social emotional learning, but to me, these things are not supplemental, they're foundational to what we do. So I genuinely believe that all learning is social and emotional. This is how we help our students make connections between the content that Mona discussed and their own lives. And this is how we make education and what we teach relevant to them. How we bring no gunnery to life in the particular classroom, and more importantly, how we make it human for them. So stories like no gunnery and cannot and should not be taught as just another page in the textbook. When we share accounts of families like Dr. Chung's in a tunnel surrounded by violence, fearing for their lives, we simply cannot close the book and move on to the next unit the next day. If we do that, we lose the sense of humanity in what we teach in history. We lose the opportunity to teach empathy, justice, and healing, all parts of that SEL framework we talk about. And moreover, this is where trauma-informed teaching becomes so important. There's a delicate balance between evoking the social emotional experiences of students while also being mindful that such emotions are embedded in their own adverse childhood experiences. And I think your lesson does a good job at finding that particular balance, because we know that a lot of our students have experienced trauma themselves, right? So the things that we talk about, the death of a loved one, war, natural disaster, all of these things have impacted our students. So whether they've experienced things like no gunnery directly or not, it becomes part of that conversation of humanity and historical justice that we need to discuss. So Dr. Chung may not have been at no gunnery himself, but that experience forever shaped who he was and became the same kind of impact that has on our students. Even though our students may not be there for some of their life events or their histories, it still has an impact. So when we bring difficult historical context into the classroom, especially content that involves war crimes, genocide, things such as no gunnery, we just have to be mindful that we're not only bringing trauma into the classroom, but we may be bringing that same trauma out of our students when we're teaching it. So trauma-informed teaching reminds us that students may not always respond to hard lessons the way that we expect them to. As we teach lessons about Dr. Chung, we need to pay attention to how the students are reacting. Some might shut down, Some may act out. Some might try to detach from the topic. None of these reactions are a sign of disrespect. They're signs of dysregulation, often rooted in their personal experience. This is a tough story to tell our students. So we as educators have a responsibility to create spaces of psychological safety for our students. We need to normalize the feelings. We have to let students know that it's okay to feel sadness, discomfort, even anger when they hear topics like no memory. Feelings like this is a sign that the lesson is doing their job, and it's what transformative education looks like. I'm going to skip over a lot of my remarks, but I do want to leave it with this, that this is a powerful message for young people. They need to see that history is not static, that it's social emotional piece of what we do. History is a living narrative shaped by advocacy, memory, and voice. Their own lives are the same. That is the trauma-informed piece. They also need to know that they have a role in preventing future atrocities like this from happening again, not only through protest or policy, but also through empathy and understanding of one another. And that's the restorative practices piece of what we're looking at. And that begins in the classroom with our students. Teaching the story of No Gunnery is not just an academic exercise, though we presented one for you here today. It's an act of remembrance, it's an act of resistance, and moreover, when taught with the correct care, empathy, and intention, it becomes an act of healing to be able to teach about this. Healing is at the heart of trauma-informed teaching and restorative practices. So as educators, we have the power to hold space for our students, for the pain of the past and the hope of the future. Moreover, it's in that space and finding that balance that authentic learning actually happens. So when we visited the No Gunnery Memorial Museum in Korea, there was a quote in the exhibit that says this. It says, "The restoration of human rights is the fruit of the sweat and sacrifice of so many people. Peace is given to those who strive to cherish it." Teachers are a part of this, and teaching lessons about No Gunnery is part of this. So thank you again for all who made the lesson possible and this presentation possible. Moreover, thank you, Dr. Chung, for showing us that even the most unimaginable pain can be transformed into a purpose such as the lessons. Thank you.
Just as we close, I just wanted to point out that they have resources here for anyone, especially teachers. Get up quick. But the graphic organizer and 500 handouts are all here in paper form, so feel free to grab it, but anyone is welcome to grab it. We have limited numbers, but wanted to make that.
If anyone wants me to email it, I can give you a card and you can email me and I'll email everything to you if you like.
Okay, I'd like to let's start the roundtable discussion. I think we have time. Are you guys ready to go? Eric Wilson, Matthew Harmony, are you there? Okay.
Since it's only two of us, it's not going to be a round table.
It's a line table.
And I hope I'm in your view, Jay, because I'm planning to just stand. I don't really want to just sit. We're going to try to keep it condensed since we're running low on time. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better? Okay. I am a storyteller. I'm a writer. So I'm going to approach this from that point of view because there are teachers here who are much more proficient at what they do than I could ever be. Historians, all kinds of civil rights, human rights advocates. So I feel completely out of my element with some of you and very much in awe of your experiences and your wisdom. So I'm only going to speak from what I know, which is writing. I have a great little saying about how to tell your story, and I think this does apply to teachers and historians, so maybe it can inform something that you do in your own lives. This is not a story. The cat sat on the mat. So think about that sentence. The cat sat on the mat. Is that a story? No. The cat sat on the dog's mat. Now we have a story. We have conflict. The cat's sitting somewhere it shouldn't be. All of a sudden there's tension in the story. That is what story is all about, is tension. So the cat sitting on its mat, nothing. The cat sitting on the dog's mat, we have a story. That's what I do as a storyteller, is I write stories. Dr. Chung, Chairman Chung, and his foundation are telling a story far better than any I could tell. And I'm going to give you an example of how that's true. I wrote something and sent it to them to say, this is what I want to speak on. They came back and said, no, you can't speak on a bunch of this. We want to edit this, and I got mad. Well, I don't know if mad is the right word, but I was kind of offended. It's like, I'm a writer, I'm trying to tell a story, and I was there last year, apparently last year, and I want to speak strongly about what happened at Nogunri. It's unjust, this is a story that needs to be told. And they were telling me to tame my story, and I thought, why are you telling me as a storyteller to tame my story? What I didn't know was that Dr. Chung has a lot bigger, more important story to tell, and I've learned that through this event. So one of the other aspects of storytelling, if you ever want to write a story, write a book, you want conflict. You can't just have a cat sitting on a mat, it has to be sitting on a dog's mat. You want to raise questions that the reader wants answered. So maybe we want to know how so-and-so are going to resolve their romantic conflicts. Maybe someone's tied to a chair and a bomb's going to explode and they need to be released before the bomb explodes. That's a question the reader wants answered. And right as you give them the answer, you raise a bigger question. They're like, oh, so that's what, oh no, there's something even worse. So that's storytelling in escalation. Well, what Dr. Chung in his life, just reading, watching, hearing, we've seen how he had these conflicts early in his life. He had something that spurred his story. He heard his dad's story and he knew he couldn't let go of this. He started fighting for this. There were injustices and he stood up for that. And this is the injustice I felt early in my story there. That's Matt talked earlier about his daughter and responding when she was at Nogunri. This is his daughter. And she had tears in her eyes at moments of our time there together. But so in my feeling of telling this story, I wanted to speak of the injustice, and I was ready to come here passionate about fighting for that, especially in the light of certain people in power today who want to undo some of negative history instead of facing it. And I was like, no, we're going to face it. We're not going to back down. I was told to back down. I didn't like that. But I wasn't being told to back down. I was being told to take it to another plane, which is exactly what is happening through this whole conference. We're going from the past, we're moving towards the future. So yes, there were wounds. Healing has begun to happen, and now those are turning to scars. It doesn't mean we forget them. A scar allows you to remember. But now we're looking to the future, and as we talked about, we don't have to keep scratching at that. And this is what a great story does. It answers questions and answers questions, gives answers and raises bigger questions. So the bigger question being asked today is, how do we forgive and how do we move on to stop these things from happening again? It's not about just getting justice for something 75 years ago. It's about how do we stop these things from continuing? How do we become a part of the healing and the answer and passing it on to generations through education, through writing history books. I was talking to, I don't see him here, one of the authors that was here earlier. He teaches at George Fox. He's writing a history book about some of these things. And so lots of different ways people in this room are telling the stories. The last part of storytelling is don't you love a good surprise ending if it feels like they didn't cheat? Have you ever had a surprise ending to a movie or a story and you feel like they kind of cheated and you're like, oh, come on, you copped out. But when it's satisfying, you're like, oh, they got me on that, but that was perfect. And the way a good surprise ending happens is you do something that's unexpected but inevitable. So we didn't see it coming, but once we see the pieces come together, we're like, oh, I should have seen that. And then if you have one of those friends who doesn't tell the truth, they're like, oh, I saw it. But of course, 10 seconds earlier, they didn't really know. But a good ending, the best surprise endings are the ones that are unexpected but inevitable. And to me, that's what happened as I sent in my speech to Dr. Chung and the foundation. They came back, no, you need to take this down because we're telling a different, better story. And in the end, they were right. it was an unexpected ending. They didn't want me to end halfway through the story. They wanted me to go to the next part of the story, which is the inevitable healing and moving forward in this whole story. And to me, that was beautiful, kind of surprising to be the storyteller being caught in my own storytelling flaws and having them tell me a better story. So I am humbled, I am honored to be here. Thank you.
I guess Eric set the precedent of standing, so forced to stand. These are my two kids. I've got 3 kids, but these are 2 of them, my redheads. I call them the Reds. And we weren't expecting to go to No Gun Read. They weren't expecting it. And I can't express enough gratitude actually for the time we had there and the impact that had on them. That was their first time in Korea. We had the opportunity to be in Seoul, but it was really amazing to travel south to see more of the country and to go to this beautiful place. It's beautiful there. It's absolutely beautiful there. And so there's something so bittersweet about being there because of the tragedy that happened there. You can feel it. I think somebody mentioned earlier, it's like feeling kind of a heaviness in the silence there. I sense that exact same thing. In fact, I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like we're going to have this opportunity coming up pretty soon, but I almost just wanted to have a moment of silence. You know, it's like, who is this about? This is truly about the people that were lost at that time. We're going to have that opportunity, I think, coming up, as we're going to talk about this more. I'll make this short. I've had a few things to kind of reflect on. I love what Eric said about storytelling. One of the things that I've been thinking about is that, you know, for him and for me, it's like we have kind of a professional label of storyteller, but we all are storytellers. And there's a profound power in that. And the more personal that story is, the better, usually. You know, I think that's why our family stories are so important to us, because they're so meaningful. And so that's something that we all have in common now. You know, we're all here today because we were impacted earlier by No Gun Read, by the Battle of Yeongdong, by these different things. But now we have a collective story. You know, today is a new moment where we're coming together and we can carry this forward and tell this story. I was also really impacted by Dr. May talking about positive history. And I don't think I'd ever really thought about that. And that's another part of the storytelling that I thought was really powerful. It's like, what are the positive values from this that we can carry forward? What are the ways that things went right? You know, and how can we right the ship now? You know, we have an opportunity now to cause there to be new positive history. So I keep thinking about that, and I just keep looking back at my kids, because it's truly this next generation, right? It's going to begin to be able to do this. We can do our best to pass along what lessons we have, but I think there's just such an importance, and that's why I just love that so many educators are here. I think that's so very vital and very important to be talking about. How do we talk about this story? This is a tricky story, right? How do we talk about it? Having an opportunity to discuss that kind of a thing in this kind of forum, not only just up on stage, but afterward, you know, we're now all connected. We can continue to talk about this. We can continue to figure this out. And I like too this idea with positive history that we can operate on a basis of love and respect. Yes, this was birthed from war, but we have an opportunity to seek out peace and to move toward peace. I'm going to leave it there for today, but I just wanted to express my gratitude for being here, for getting to meet so many of you. I hope to meet more of you, and I'm excited about the upcoming events that we're going to get to truly honor all those who are involved. Thank you.
At the end of a book, sometimes you have a prologue, or at the end of a movie, you have post-credits. I want to add that and it is the intention of this, is that we also remember the American soldiers that fought, the sacrifice they made, and I would love for the epilogue, I think I said prologue, I'm not epilogue, I'd love for the epilogue of this story to be in the next year or two, that those 33 unfound soldiers in the Guangdong district, am I saying that right? That we find those remains, because there are unresolved stories, and those are other pains that are in this room, represented in this room, and we want to see resolution on all sides of the story. So that's my hope and prayer for that as well.
So we're going to take a break here in a moment, but before we do, my role is going to come to an end on this side as the session panels conclude and we transition into the memorial and healing flow. I haven't had much of a chance to, nor should I, but I want to mention something very briefly because the last nearly 30 years that I spent living in Korea has included a time where I moved out of Seoul and I started a farm in the countryside near Hakcheon, which is very close to where North Korean soldiers came down along the Bukhangan, which is the north of if you go to Seoul, the Han River that runs through the middle, the Bukhangan is like the north part of that river that goes up into North Korea. And when the North Koreans invaded, this is one of the first entry points on the east side of South Korea. And that a li is a small piece of land. And there are many different sizes of land and words for such land sizes in Korean. I won't get into them. But I lived in a li called Gaeli across from the Bukhangan. And I want to say that when I started coming back to the US and working for administration of universities, one such university was an Oriental Medical School. It was the first of its kind in the United States, started by a Korean. And I want to point out that when you live in the countryside in Korea at this time of year, there are lots and lots of wild plants and vegetation growing everywhere. And one of them is nogun. And the gun is like the sounding good. And nogun is a reed, it's a tall grass. And if you're in the countryside and you try to pull out one of these tall grasses, you will have great difficulty because the roots go very deep. Yet, it wouldn't seem so difficult because during the Changma season, as the monsoon wind blows, the reeds flow back and forth very gently, and you would think that it's just a gentle grass flowing in the wind that you could just be able to pull up out of the ground. But I can tell you firsthand, good luck. They are very robust plants. And it so happens from an Oriental medical perspective that they have the roots have healing properties and detoxifying properties, which I think is very apt for this particular event today. That a place called Nogunli is also symbolic of strength and our ability to carry forward into the future something within us. As we look around us, we see vegetation everywhere. We can be reminded that we're also instruments of strength to be able to detoxify narratives and be able to have the positive history that we just talked about again, and be able to be positive force for continuing to have narratives in our K-12 space, continue to change textbooks to make sure that young people have a vibrant and ongoing continuous discussion with their peers, their politicians, their classmates, their elders, their juniors about important events that have happened in the past that continue to echo and resonate into the future. And obviously, regardless of who we are, where we are, we can learn from those things in whatever language, in whatever corners of the world that we live. So that's going to bring my section of the presentation today to a close. I'm going to invite the MC to come back up after, but let's take a 10-minute break. Or is it 10 or 20? I'll let them, he'll decide for you, okay? We'll go for a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll start the healing ceremony. Dr. Jung, 너무 감사합니다. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. We'll come back after the 10 minutes break. Unfortunately, the 10-minute break is over, so we're really going to do part 2 of our program. I would appreciate if you could to ensure a smooth event, we ask you to kindly set your phones to silent mode.
I was Director General of Veterans Affairs at Korean War.
Whereas part 1 was centered on academic forum, part 2 will be focused on commemoration. So in this session, for those who have difficulty standing up, we kindly ask that you remain seated and follow the event proceedings with due formality and respect. Thank you. We'll now begin the memorial and healing ceremony. Before we start, I'd like to briefly introduce a guest who joined us this afternoon due to personal scheduling reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you one of our Korean War veterans. As you already know, many Korean War veterans are now over 90 years old, although many of them expressed their desire to attend today's event to us. Concerns of our health and safety led their families to strongly advise against it. While we are saddened that many couldn't join us, we're truly honored to welcome one brave soul who made this journey. 96-year-old veteran Mr. John Baker. Please give him a heartfelt round of applause.
Repeat the question.
Say hello in Korean language.
안녕하세요.
Yes!
Can you tell me how old you are in Korean language?
96세입니다.
96, 96 years old. So do you remember the triangle cities in Korea? Are you triangle?
Yes, she's mentioned that I was stationed in what we call the Iron Triangle, and that was the cities of Chowan, Kumwa, and Pyongyang. Not Pyongyang, Pyongyang.
That's in North Korea. Pyongyang is in North Korea. Pyongyang is in South Korea. Yes. What do you remember of the Korean War?
Well, I was in the field artillery, and I can remember it was loud and cold.
Why is that? Tell me more about
Because it was in North Korea, it was very cold. And it's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be here. And I want to thank the two the organizations that are sponsoring this to emphasize peace in the future rather than war. War is messy, and that happened at Nogunri, and we want to avoid that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker, for your precious message about the peace future forward. We would also like to introduce the families and descendants of Korean War veterans representing the legacy of these brave individuals. As a special guest, we are honored to welcome Ms. Dane Weber, granddaughter of the Colonel William Weber, a symbolic figure of the U.S.-Korea alliance. with us Mr. Joseph Met, grandson of Major Charles Lawrence Jr., a Korean War hero who was awarded the highest military honors by both the United States and Korea. Representing the bereaved families of the Nogunli tragedy, we're joined by Mr. Yang Hae-chan, President of the Bereaved Family Association, and Mr. Jung Woo-hak, a survivor from the tragedy. Also with us are Chairman Jung Woo-do and Mr. An Jae-seok, the Vice President of the Association. Last but not least, we have a representative from Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation, Mr. Rolf Wharton. Now we'll begin the main part of today's ceremony, paying tribute to the fallen and the lost. To start, we'll proceed with National Pledge of Allegiance. Distinguished guests, please rise from your seats. If you have physical difficulties, you may remain seated and pay your respects from your place.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 아래 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
Now will be followed by the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At ease. Next, we'll sing the national anthems of both countries. Please feel free to sing along with the audio. We'll begin with the national anthem of Korea and then followed by the national anthem of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. So we'll move on to, as this song is not prepared, we'll proceed this session while having the silent tribute to the flags of each other's countries. Now, next we'll hold a moment of silence to honor and remember the Korean War veterans and the victims of the Nogunli tragedy. We'll have a moment of silence for a minute. At ease, please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll move on to the special speech. First, we'll listen to a remark from President Yang Hae-chan, Please give him a warm round of applause.
존경하는 신사 숙녀 여러분,
Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
한국전쟁 및 노근리 사건 발생 75주년을 맞아 이 뜻깊은 자리에 여러분과 함께 하게 되어 한없는 영광입니다. 저는 노근리 사건 생존자이며 희생자 유족회를 맡고 있는 대표 양희찬입니다.
it is a great honor to be with you on this meaningful occasion marking the 75th anniversary of the Korean War and the Nogunli incident. I am Haechan Yang, a survivor of the incident and representing the Victims' Family Association.
75년 전에 발생한 한국전쟁으로 평범했던 우리 가족들과 저의 삶의 터전은 전쟁의 포화로 인해 하루아침에 무너졌습니다. 북한 인근에 피해 3대가 피난길에 오른 저는 전체 가족들은 상상조차 할 수 없는 참혹한 현실과 마주쳤습니다.
My family and my life were destroyed overnight by the devastation of the Korean War that broke out 75 years ago. My entire family, 3 generations of whom fled to escape the North Korean army, faced an unimaginably horrific reality.
수백 명의 피난민들은 서로를 부여잡은 채 쓰러지고 많은 이들이 말 한마디 남기지 못한 채 세상을 떠났으며 그 비극으로 저와 우리 가족들의 삶은 송두리째 바뀌었습니다. 저의 형과 남동생, 우리 가족들의 삶에 그리고 할머니가 사건 현장에서 사망하셨고 저의 어머니와 누나는 부상을 입었습니다.
Hundreds of refugees fell down, holding each other, and many passed away without leaving a single word. And the tragedy completely changed my families and my life forever. My older and younger brothers and my grandmother died at the scene of the incident, and my mother and older sister were badly injured.
슬픔과 상실 그리고 길고 긴 침묵의 세월 속에서 저는 자신에게 수없이 물었습니다. 왜 나는 살아남았을까?
In the midst of the sadness, loss, and long years of silence, I asked myself countless times, why did I survive?
그 질문은 고통이었고 동시에 책임이었습니다. 개인의 고통과 아픔을 넘어서기까지는 무수한 시간 속에 내면뿐 아니라 외부 세계 모두와 치열한 싸움을 해야 했습니다. 그 싸움은 외롭고 길었지만 결국 저의 한 가지 진실에 이르기까지 되었습니다.
The question was pain and responsibility at the same time. In order to overcome personal pain and suffering, I had to fight fiercely with both my inner self and outer worlds in countless times. The fight was lonely and long, but it ended up bringing me to one truth.
한국전쟁과 노근리에서 스쳐간 수많은 생명의 죽음은 단지 교통과 고통과 상실만을 남긴 것이 아니었습니다. 그들의 희생과 죽음은 또 다른 생명과 희망의 씨앗이 되었습니다.
The deaths of countless lives lost in the Korean War and Nogunli did not just leave pain and loss. Their sacrifice and death had become the seeds of another life and hope.
죽음을 넘어 생명이 태어났고 절망을 넘어 연대가 움텄습니다. 오늘 이 추모와 자유의 시간은 단지 노근리만을 위한 것이 아니라 한국전쟁 참전용사와 그 유가족들 그리고 여기 함께 계신 모든 분들을 위한 자리입니다. 이 현장에 바로 기적을 말해주고 있습니다. 기적을 말해주고 있다고 생각합니다.
Beyond death, life was born, and beyond despair, solidarity arose. Today, this time of remembrance and healing is not just for Nogunli, but also for the Korean War veterans, their bereaved families, and all of you who are here with us. I believe this place is telling us about a miracle.
참전용사들은 잘 알지도 못하는 대한민국 한반도 만난 적도 없는 한국인 지키기 위해 생명의 위협을 무릅쓰고 한국에 파견되었습니다. 한국전쟁에서 전사, 실종, 포로, 부상, 생전에 있는 참전용사들은 말할 것도 없고 그들의 악몽과 고통은 옆에서 온몸으로 느끼며 지켜보고 살아오신 가족들의 고통은 이루 말을 형용할 수 없을 것입니다.
Korean War veterans were dispatched to the Korean War to protect the Republic of Korea they had never even heard of and the people they had never met. The suffering and the pain of the veterans who were killed, went missing, were captured, were wounded and survived, as well as their families who watched and felt veterans' nightmares in pain with their whole bodies, must have been indescribable.
그리고 하루아침에 사랑하는 가족을 한국 땅에서 잃은 유가족들의 가슴에는 채울 수 없는 큰 구멍을 남겼고 인생이 뒤바뀐 힘든 삶을 살아왔을 것입니다. 그분들이 겪은 신체적 그리고 정신적 고통 그리고 그 가족들이 감내해야 했던 슬픔과 상실의 시간 또한 절대 잊지 말아야 한 교훈이고 기억합니다.
And the bereaved families who lost their loved ones overnight on Korean soil must have had a huge hole that can never be filled in their hearts. And they must have lived a difficult life where their lives got turned upside down. The physical, mental, and emotional pain they experienced, and the time of grief and loss that their families had to endure are also lessons and memories that should never be forgotten.
노근리 사건 희생자뿐만 아니라 한국전쟁 참전용사들 그리고 사랑하는 이를 전장에 보낸 모든 가족의 아픔들까지도 깊이 품고자 합니다. 그 고통은 우리 서로가 다르지 않았고 그 희생은 모두의 소중함을 알게 했습니다.
I want to deeply empathize with the pain of not only the victims of the Nogunli incident, but also Korean War veterans and their families who sent their loved ones to the war. The pain was no different for each of us, and their sacrifices were all precious.
이제는 고통을 넘어야 할 때입니다. 그로부터 얻은 교훈과 통찰 그리고 사랑을 향한 굳건한 믿음을 바탕으로 현재 그리고 미래의 세대들에게 전쟁 없는 세상, 모든 생명이 존중받는 진정한 평화의 세상을 물려줘야 하지 않겠습니까?
Now is the time to move beyond the pain. Based on the lessons and insights we have gained, and our firm faith in humanity, shouldn't we pass on the current and future generations a world without wars? A world of true peace, where all other life is respected?
다시 한번 이 먼 길을 마다하지 않고 함께 해주신 여러분께 깊은 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 여러분과 함께 저는 오늘의 대한민국이 있도록 주선해 주신 참전용사에 대한 감사와 기억, 전쟁, 상처의 치유와 세계 평화, 미래를 향한 희망과 상생을 위하여 발걸음을 멈추지 않을 것입니다.
Once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who joined us on this long journey. Together with you, I will not stop taking steps for gratitude and remembrance for the veterans who made today's Republic of Korea possible, healing war wounds and world peace, and hope for the future and coexistence as comrades in arms for our future together.
대단히 감사합니다. 같이 갑시다.
Thank you very much. Let's go together.
We are deeply moved by your message. A man whose life was forever changed by the Nogunli tragedy, he has chosen to rise above his own pain to embrace the suffering of veterans and their families. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the second special remark by Ms. Dane Weber. We hear a special address from her as a granddaughter of Colonel William Weber, who played a pivotal role in the creation of the War of Remembrance, honoring Korean War veterans.
Distinguished guests, veterans, survivors, educators, descendants, and advocates for peace and human rights, thank you for this profound honor to speak at the Nogunri International Peace Forum as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Korean War. Standing here today, I am deeply moved by the shared commitment to transform painful history into a pathway toward healing, understanding, and lasting peace. I speak to you as the granddaughter of Colonel William E. Weber and as a witness to how the Korean War's legacy continues to shape our world. My grandfather's story reminds us that from history's darkest chapters, we can choose to build bridges to a more peaceful future. Colonel Weber served with distinction during the Korean War, embodying the courage that defined an entire generation. While many know him for his military service, I knew him as an avid skier who loved the mountains, as an accomplished equestrian who appreciated the bond between human and horse, and as a strategic card player who could outthink anyone at the bridge table. These qualities, his discipline, passion, and strategic mind, were the same qualities that made him an effective leader and advocate. My grandfather was uncomfortable with the honors he received during his life. He didn't believe he was a hero. He believed he was simply doing his duty to the Korean people, his comrades, and to the countless lives lost from the 26 nations who sent troops to the peninsula. But his most profound contribution came in the decades that followed. He understood something that resonates deeply with the mission of this forum, that remembrance is not merely about honoring the past, but about ensuring that the lessons learned guide us toward a better future. After the war, my grandfather embarked on what became his life's mission, ensuring the Korean War would not fade into forgotten history. He was deeply frustrated by the war's placement in American history, feeling it had slipped through the cracks. He worried that students would never appreciate what the war meant because it was relegated to just a few paragraphs in textbooks. His response was action. He worked tirelessly to establish Korean War memorials, most notably helping create the Korean War Veterans Memorial on the National Mall here in Washington, D.C. He had the unique honor of being selected as a model for one of the 19 statues. He's statue number 16. And he ensured that the memorial would reflect the diverse ethnicities of those who served. Inscribed at that memorial are the words, "Freedom is not free," a profound reminder that liberty comes at a cost, paid for by the blood, sacrifice, and dedication of those who defend it. But even after the memorial was complete, my grandfather believed it wasn't enough. He began his quest to build a wall of remembrance, listing names of those killed or missing in action, including Korean augmentation to the U.S. Army soldiers. This wall would become the only memorial in the National Mall that lists the names of non-Americans, reflecting his deep respect for all who served alongside American forces. In a moment that can only be described as divine, the last stone was laid in place on the very day he died, as if his mission was finally complete. He understood these monuments served as more than stone and bronze. They were sacred spaces for future generations to learn, reflect, and commit themselves to peace. My grandfather understood, perhaps better than most, that freedom is not free. He paid for it with parts of his body, but never with his spirit. The no-gun-re incident represents one of the most difficult chapters in Korean War history, reminding us that war often results in unintended tragedy and civilian suffering. What makes this forum so extraordinary is its commitment to confronting this painful history with courage, honesty, and a determination to learn from it. My grandfather would have deeply respected this approach. He knew that true honor comes not from hiding from difficult truths, but from facing them with integrity and using them as stepping stones toward reconciliation. The victims of no-gun-re, Korean War veterans, families who lost loved ones, all of their stories matter, and all their sacrifices deserve recognition and remembrance. As I look out on everyone gathered here today, I'm reminded of my grandfather's belief that education was the most powerful weapon against ignorance and the most effective tool for building lasting peace. He was particularly concerned about the forgotten war, how the Korean War had been relegated to guest lectures and footnotes rather than a part of the required curriculum. The learning and sharing about the no-gun-re incident happening today represents exactly the kind of transformational educational approach my grandfather would have championed. When we teach about the Korean War, we must teach the whole story, the heroism and the tragedy, the victories and the mistakes, the intended consequences and the unintended ones. Only by confronting history in its full complexity can we raise a generation that is truly committed to peace, human rights, and international understanding. My grandfather spent countless hours speaking to students, sharing his experiences, and helping them understand that the Korean War was not just a police action or a footnote in history, but a defining moment that shaped the modern world. He wanted them to recognize Korean War veterans as heroes, not forgotten figures who had slipped through the cracks of American memory. The alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States, forged through shared sacrifice, has become one of the most enduring partnerships in modern history. This relationship, built on shared sacrifice and mutual respect, demonstrates how nations can stand together in defense of freedom and work together to promote peace, prosperity, and human dignity. My grandfather took tremendous pride in this alliance. He witnessed firsthand the courage of Korean soldiers, the resilience of the Korean people, and Korea's remarkable transformation from a war-torn nation to a thriving democracy. What makes this forum so special is its commitment to transforming no-gun-re's painful legacy into a catalyst for healing and constructive dialogue. This isn't about forgetting the past or minimizing its significance. Rather, it's about honoring the victims by ensuring that their suffering serves a greater purpose, preventing future tragedies and promoting human dignity. My grandfather knew that the Korean War generation wasn't portrayed as a generation of heroes in American media, and he fought against that narrative. He believed that the ultimate victory in any war was not defeating an enemy, but establishing conditions that made future wars less likely. He would see in this forum exactly that kind of victory, working together, confronting difficult truths, and building a foundation for lasting peace. As we gather today, we're not just commemorating the past, we're accepting the responsibility for the future. Each of us has a role to play in ensuring that the lessons of the Korean War and the no-gun-re incident continue to resonate with future generations. To the educators in the room, you carry the sacred responsibility of teaching these stories with accuracy, empathy, and compassion. To the veterans and their families, your sacrifices and your memories are precious gifts to humanity. Continue to share your stories, not just the heroic ones, but the difficult ones as well. To human rights advocates, your work ensures that the dignity of every person, soldier and civilian, victor and victim, is recognized and protected. As I reflect on my grandfather's legacy and the profound work being done through this forum, I am filled with hope. Hope that we can honor our painful history while building a more peaceful future. Hope that we can remember our fallen while working to prevent future casualties. Hope that we can strengthen our alliances while extending compassion to all who suffer. Colonel William E. Weber dedicated his life to ensuring that the Korean War would not be forgotten. Today, through forums like this, through education initiatives, through acts of remembrance and reconciliation, we ensure his mission continues. We ensure that the sacrifices of all who served and suffered were not in vain. In closing, let us commit ourselves to the work of peace, not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, understanding, and hope. Let us honor the memory of Colonel Weber and all who served by building a world where such forums are celebrated not just for their historical significance, but for their role in creating a more peaceful and just future for all humanity. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your commitment to peace. Thank you for keeping the memory alive and for using it to light the way forward.
How to honor and carry forward the legacy of the Nogunli tragedy. Next, we'll move on to the memorial and healing ceremony. Pastor Zelle will lead us in an opening prayer and deliver a sermon.
I usually pray after my sermon. This is opening ceremony. They ask me to pray first, so I pray first. Okay, let's pray. Dearest ever-loving God, we gather here to commemorate the 75th anniversary of one of the most tragic events of the Korean War. We remember the hundreds of innocent lives lost and the many soldiers who endured years of pain and inner turmoil. It was a tragedy too cruel to revisit. Yet, we choose to remember, not with bitterness, but with hearts seeking healing. We know the sorrow, the tears, and the cries of both the Korean victims and American soldiers. Lord, bring them comfort, peace, and eternal rest. Though the Nogunli incident left behind painful wounds and questions, we believe that in your hands it can become a meaningful chapter in our shared history, a lesson, a chance for reconciliation. Help us, Father, to understand what we cannot understand. Help us to forgive what we cannot forgive. Help us to reconcile where reconciliation feels impossible. We pray for your blessing on everyone who seeks to elevate the legacy of Nogunli into a new horizon of peace, healing, and restorative justice. You are the Lord of our history, even when we do not understand its meaning. Help us see this instant as an opportunity to strengthen the friendship between South Korea and the United States. Let this ceremony deepen our appreciation for freedom, liberty, and democracy, and for the sacrifices of the American soldiers who fought and fell during the Korean War. Heavenly Father, bless every person gathered here. Pour out your spirit of grace and mercy upon this event. In the precious name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Today's sermon title is Joseph's Restorative Justice. Biblical verses Genesis chapter 45, verse 1 to 2 and 14. I just read it for you. Then Joseph could not control himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried, "Make every one go out from me." Joseph made himself known to his brothers, and he wept aloud so that the Egyptians heard it, and the household of Pharaoh heard it. In verse 14, then he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. It is my honor, joy, and privilege to stand before you and preach to the participants of this gathering, commemorating the Nogunli incident with a new perspective. The Nogunli tragedy during the Korean War was heartbreaking, too painful to even speak of. It was caused by US military forces, and the victims included approximately 400 Korean civilians, many of whom were women and children. Regardless of the reasons behind it, this should never have happened. Yet it did, and the trauma has endured for decades. What makes this incident especially difficult is that the perpetrators were US soldiers and the victims were South Korean civilians. Since the late 19th century and continuing to today, Koreans have regarded Americans as brothers. Nearly 37,000 US soldiers died during the Korean War. Because of their noble sacrifice, Korea was able to protect its freedom and democracy from communism and has grown into a prosperous modern nation. Without their dedication, Korea would not have achieved the security, wealth, and democratic values it has today. Just before the Nogunli incident, brutal battles occurred near my hometown of Daejeon City. I personally detest totalitarian regimes and communism. Most South Koreans feel deep and lasting gratitude to the United States and its soldiers who gave their lives for our freedom. On a personal note, I survived a premature birth thanks to financial aid from a missionary, Dr. John Somerville, who dedicated his life to Korean mission. I was moved to a hospital with one of the few incubators available in 1950s Korea, an act that saved my life. This might be considered a brotherhood bond and the blood bond of brotherhood between our nations. Historically, Korea could be seen as the elder brother due to its long history, while the US is the big brother due to its size and power. I mentioned this concept of brotherhood to introduce today's Bible story about Joseph and his 10 older brothers. Joseph was the son of Jacob and Rachel, the wife Jacob loved most. Because of this, Joseph received a special treatment which led to envy, hatred, and ultimately a plan to kill him. Instead, his brothers sold him into slavery. To Joseph, this must have felt like a death. He was cut off from everything he knew and loved. It was a tragedy, filled with misery and despair. But Joseph endured these hardships with hope, believing he was still within God's providence. He did most what he did. He did not retaliate. He did not seek revenge. He did not calculate compensations or give up on life. Instead, he waited, prayed, helped others, and remained honest. This is what we call restorative justice. What is justice? Justice can be defined in many ways. You know, Michael Sandel, a former Harvard professor, once said that justice is about seeking the common good and fostering solidarity within a community. I believe justice is an ethical, communal value based on equality. In secular societies, justice often requires legal compensations. But in the biblical sense, justice can also mean understanding, forgiveness, reconciliation, empathy, shared sorrow, and hope for a better future. If we view justice from Sandel's perspective, Joseph was certainly denied communal fairness and equality. He had every reason to retaliate against his brothers, against Potiphar's wife, and even against Pharaoh's chief cupbearer. But instead, Joseph chose a different path. He forgave, he reconciled, and he even wept with those who had wronged him. When he finally met his brothers again, he said to them, God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth and to save your lives by a great deliverance. That is restorative justice, transforming misfortune, betrayal, and confusion into hope, healing, spiritual triumph. Until last week, I did not know much about the Nogunli incident. I initially thought it was a case of a friendly fire. But after learning more of the history, I now understood and understand the tragic complexities. This event brought grief to Korean civilians who lost loved ones, and also to US soldiers who have carried the burden of trauma after being ordered to fire on innocent civilians. I do not wish to blame the commanders. They too had their reasons. There is a little value in trying to assign legal responsibility or calculate damages. Instead, on this 75th anniversary, it is meaningful that we gather here in Washington, D.C. to reaffirm the spirit of Nogunli, a spirit that can serve as a bridge, strengthening the relationship between South Korea and the United States. I deeply admire Dr. Gu Do-jung, who dedicated his life to understand and to uncovering the painful truth of Nogunli and transforming it into a force for forgiveness, understanding, reconciliation, and restorative justice. We are all human, vulnerable to mistakes and shortcomings. Yet, we all long to be understood, forgiven, and loved. God loves us, and Jesus Christ is our Redeemer. He saves, forgives, and restores. May the spirit of Nogunli become one of mutual embrace, shared sorrow, prayer, and hope for peaceful, united futures. Like Joseph, may each of you be a light for restorative justice in our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Now we'll hold the remembrance ceremony for prisoners of war and those missed in action. The reading will be led by Joseph Matt.
Afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the small table placed in place of honor. This table is set for one. It is small, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner alone against their oppressors. The white tablecloth symbolizes the purity of their intentions to respond to their country's call to arms. The single red rose in the vase signifies the blood that they may have shed and the love of family and friends who await their return. The red ribbon tied around the vase reminds us of the red ribbon worn by many who bear witness to their undying determination to account for our missing. A slice of lemon on the plate reminds us of their bitter fate. The salt sprinkled on the plate symbolizes the countless tears of family as they wait for answers. The glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us this evening. The chair is empty. They are not here. Let us remember and honor them. Let us never forget their sacrifice. You are not forgotten. Thank you.
slideshow prepared by Nogunli International Peace Foundation features key memorial sites. This includes the Twin Tunnel, where the tragedy occurred, the Memorial Hall, housing the victims' memorial tablets, the Memorial Tower for remembrance, So we'll take the moment to remember and honor the victims of Nogunli tragedy after hearing the song, the memorial song named Daige, which means wings in English. This song was specially produced and released to mark the 75th anniversary of the Nogunli tragedy.
Hello everyone, I'm back again. Hi, I'm Thea, a K-pop singer from South Korea. How are you all doing today? Okay. The next song I'll be singing is Amazing Grace. And finally, I will be singing a memorial song titled Wings, originally called 날개를 in Korean. With this last song, I will be leaving the stage. Once again, thank you so much for inviting me, and congratulations on the 75th anniversary. Thank you.
저 하늘 구름 넘어 그 무엇이 숨었나 별빛처럼 반짝 기는 사랑이 있을까 어둠에 묻힌 그날의 진실 찾아 애타게 헤맨네 험한 길참 비바람 눈보라 속도 걸었네 세상을 잃은 그날의 아픔을 참고도 또 참았네 허공만 맴돌던 상처받은 기억들 갈고 있는 영혼들이 서서히 크고 시린 한이 맺힌 그곳 눈물만 삼킨 그곳 날아올라 보고파 나에게 은빛 두 날개를 베푸소서 내 은빛 두 날개를 베푸소서
Thank you.
Thank you very much for singing. Next, we'll have the candle lighting ceremony. You'll be able to see the candles on your table. Pastor Yang Gang-ho will lead this ceremony, so I'll invite him over to the stage once again.
Under this little device, there's a button. You just click that button, then you just light it. Okay, please light the candle. We are about to enlighten the candle to commemorate the Nogunli incident and to remember the victims. We don't know why they were inflicted, but we know they were in God's providence. It is a long time suffering and tragedy for victims' family and innocent US soldiers who were faithful to military order to fire. Now we got to know it is useless to prove who is right or wrong. However, it is good for us to forget the painful history of past and to foresee the future of reconciliation, friendship, and peaceful relationship of South Koreans and Americans. To enlighten candle means to enlighten the new relationships on restorative justice between two countries toward consolidation of friendship. I hope we better overcome miserable past incident and to go forward to a new era of peaceful world. During candle lighting event, we better remember the innocent people's trauma. We better continue to empower our effort to overcome the painful incident of Nogunli through discovering restorative justice. Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge you are the master and creator of the world and of all humanity. We believe that all events occur under your divine providence and plan. We know that you are the embodiment of love, reconciliation, justice, and peace. And we know that we are created in your image. Therefore, we believe that your heart grieved deeply when innocent Korean civilians fell at Nogunli and when American soldiers were left with lifelong trauma from the Korean War. We plead for your mercy and heavenly peace upon all the victims. Please pour out your grace on the fallen civilians and innocent American soldiers. We trust that you have a plan of deliverance and eternal rest for them. Grant peace and comfort to the families who lost their loved ones in the Nogunli incident. We entrust the victims into your loving hands, and we lift up this tragic event in hope that it may lead to restorative justice, peace, reconciliation, and lasting solidarity between South Korea and the United States. As we gather in this commemoration, we believe you are giving us a new perspective on the Nogunli incident. Please bring serenity and the spirit of forgiveness and reconciliation to the survivors. Bless all those who have devoted their lives to uncovering and telling the historical truth and to reframing it through the lens of restorative justice. Thank you for your allowing us to hold this ceremony to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Nogunli incident and Korean War.
In the precious name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Ladies and gentlemen, please now extinguish your candles. Next, in honor of the 75th anniversary of the Korean War and the Nogunli tragedy, we'll present specially made commemorative medals and gifts. We'll invite the Korean War veterans and their families to the stage one by one. So if I call the names of the presenter and the recipient, please come over to the stage. And distinguished guests, please give a big applause to them. First, the commemorative medal and gift for John Baker will be presented by Yang Hae-chang, the president of the Bereaved Families Association. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much. For the second order, for Ms. Dane Weber, granddaughter of Colonel Weber, the presentation will be made by Chung Gu-do, our chairman of the foundation. For the next, Mr. Richard Dean will receive his medal from Chung Gu-ha, a Nogunli survivor. gentlemen, the presentation will be made by 안재석, Vice President of the Association. This medal presentation and having them together represent the peace forward in the Korea. Thank you very much. Now for the fifth, we'll also present Mr. Cliff. There are also gifts. If there is any family member of the Korean War veteran, please raise your hand. Their Bible.
Come forward.
We also prepared a gift for you, ma'am. We would like to thank the service of your family member. There's one more family member of the service member throughout the Korean War. We do have one more family member of the service member the Korean War. This time, our staff will visit to present the commemorative medal and the commemorative gifts. Meanwhile, we'll move on to the next part of the ceremony. Next order is to express heartfelt gratitude for the sacrifice and service of Korean War veterans. Members of the Nogunli Bereaved Families Associations have come together to raise a donation. This contribution will be presented to the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. President Yang Hae-chang and Chairman Chung Moo-do will now present the donation to President Steve Lee, representing the foundation. On the absence of President Steve Lee, we have other representatives from the foundation. Big hug to each other.
Sure. I love checks. Yes.
Not a long speech.
Not a long speech. I'm just between this and dinner, I think. First of all, thank you so much for the check and for the remembering the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. The foundation was established a little over 25 years ago by Dane Weber's grandfather, Carl William E. Weber. He was part of the Presidential Advisory Board that was in charge of raising money, designing the memorial, and overseeing the construction of the memorial. And after it was dedicated, he had the vision that the memorial needs to be maintained. And so with that purpose, he created the memorial, the foundation, and ran it for 25 years. About 15 years into his presidency, he came up with the Wall of Remembrance creation and ideal. And it was his purpose the last 10 years of his life to make it happen. And he said he'd never see it in his lifetime. That changed. But I'm gonna regress and go back to it. So on this Sunday at 10 o'clock, there is a ceremony at the memorial on the National Mall. If you're in town, please come visit, see us. We'll have tents, so you won't be too hot. If you can't see it, it'll be on the website, our foundation's memorial web, Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. A little bit about the Wall of Remembrance. It has 100 panels, and on those 100 panels are 36,634 American veterans who died or were killed in the Korean War. Also included are 7,104 Katusas, Korean augmentations to the U.S. Army. And Colonel Weber was adamant that that be included in the law to make it happen. and I give kudos to him for that. Within that, we decided how were you going to sort the names, and we decided to sort it first by the military branch, and then by their rank, and then by their last name. So the first 53 panels are Army, privates, and private first classes. 53% of those that are 17, 18, 19 years old were killed during the Korean War. Just think if they had lived a full life and what they could have contributed. So, in that regards, there's 86 panels that are Army, there's 10 panels that have got Marine Corps names, 2 panels Navy, and 4 panels are the Air Force. And I do regress, on panel number 26 was set on April 9th, 3 years ago. I had a phone call the night before from General Pio. He used to be the defense attaché from the Republic of Korea for the United States. He said, Rick, I need you to drive me up and see Colonel Weber. I said, sir, he's not doing well, and I've got to work tomorrow. And that was on a Friday night. He said, I'll call you tomorrow morning. I'll twist your arm. So on that day, we set the last panel. It was an 8-ton piece of stone, and it had his name written on the side. So he finally twisted my arm. I drove him up there, got up there about 2 o'clock, and we saw Bill for about an hour. He recognized my voice, and I told him, sir, we set the last panel. And after we had our piece with Bill and his wife, Annalie, we left, we're eating bulgogi, and about 3 hours later, I got a phone call. He had passed away. So, it just touches my heart. But anyway, his vision, he loved the Republic of Korea, he loved the people of Korea, and he loved the culture of Korea. And with that, and this check, we'll hope to help maintain the memorial, and any future donations are on the website. We hope you can help us donate. Thank you. 감사합니다.
We are very grateful to our house to the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation. Now we'll proceed with the presentation of appreciation plaques. When your name is called, please come forward to the stage. First, the plaque for Professor Hope May will be presented by Chairman Jung Woo-do. Recognition and appreciation presented to Hope Elizabeth May, PhD, Professor of Central Michigan University. It is a great honor to express the esteem and everlasting gratitude for keeping the legacy of the Nogunli alive and serving as an editor and publisher of the new English translation of Jung Eun-young's book, Do You Know Our Pain? Forgotten Pain, an untold story of the Korean War. July 25th, 2025, Chairman Koo Do-jung, Nogunli International Peace Foundation. Thank you. Next, appreciation plaque for Professor Bae Won-hwang will be presented by President Yang Hee-chun. Recognition and appreciation presented to Dr. Won Kwang-baek, Professor Emeritus of Central Michigan University. It is a great honor to express the esteem and everlasting gratitude for keeping the legacy of the Nogunli Institute alive and serving as the translator of the new English translation of Jung Eun-young's book. July 25th, 2025, Chairman Koo Do-jung, Nogunli International Peace Foundation.
phone too over there. Take it on top. Take it on that, okay? By the way, Mr. Yang appears in the chapter on the two faces of Americans. And he was a 10-year-old. His grandmother, his older brother, younger brother were killed, and he was injured. And also Mr. Jung Woo-han, also the surviving victim of the Nogunli, and his brother, older brother, tried to fix his face so many times, because knowing the wound will last a lifetime. Thank you.
Next, the appreciation pledge for the Cora D. Braza Foundation will be presented by Mr. Chung Woo-ha, the Nogunli survivor. Recognition and appreciation presented to the Karate Braza Foundation. It is a great honor to express the esteem and everlasting gratitude for excavating and transmitting the untold stories of the peace movement, and especially for producing an English translation of Chung Eun-young's book, July 25th, 2025, Chairman Gu Do-jang, Nogunli International Peace Foundation.
Thought of the forum than here. We just because the free. Okay, one more is coming.
Moving forward, the appreciation flag for Director Karen Robinson will be presented by Mr. Park Jong-won. Recognition and appreciation presented to Karen Robinson, Program Director, RFK Human Rights. With deep respect and everlasting gratitude, we honor your unwavering commitment to preserving the legacy of the Nogunli incident. Through your dedicated work in human rights and peace education, you inspire and guide the next generation of leaders and help keep the memory of Nogunli alive. July 25th, 2025, Chairman Gu Do-jang, Nogunli International Peace Foundation. On behalf of Chairman Han Jong-woo, Vice President An Jae-seok will present the appreciation pledge to Mr. Joseph Carl. Recognition and appreciation presented to Dr. Jong Woo-han, President, Korean War Legacy Foundation. With deep respect and everlasting gratitude, we honor you for keeping the legacy of the Nogunli incident alive and serving as the first educational leader in the U.S. to see the value and importance of the incident and contribute to raising awareness about the need to spread human rights and peace through Nogunli educational materials. July 25th, 2025, Chairman Gu Do-jung, Nogunli International Peace Foundation. Finally, Mr. Jo Jae-yoon, CEO of Bedbo's company, will present a commemorative sculpture honoring the 75th anniversary of the Korean War and the Nogunli tragedy. I believe all the guests have seen the sculpture, which was located at the back of the venue throughout the event. It will be presented to Mr. Clifton Truman Daniel, grandson of President Truman, a hero of the Korean War.
설명을 할 거예요.
This sculpture was created by an Australian pop artist, Bedbo's, who is presented in front. The traces of bullets on the bridge have disappeared, and the pure flower of reconciliation and peace has begun to bloom right on the Twin Tunnel Bridge in Nogunli. This is used to symbolize the sadness and tragedy of the Korean War. Now the tunnels of nightmare is wrapped by hands of Chung Woo-do, the chairman of Nogunli Peace Foundation, and those of Colonel Kim Chul-ru, UNCCFC USFK Command Chaplain. So this work of art express a symbol of getting out of traumatic pain and aiming for the start of healing and recovery.
For him, it took entire months to produce that. Very meaningful. Give them a big hand, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up today's event. Thank you for your presence. Before we are wrapping up, we would invite anyone who wishes to share a brief comment or reflection of today's event. If there is anyone who would like to share their stories or reflections, please raise your hand. First, we can start from Mr. John Baker.
Well, I'm reminded that while we gave 37,000 killed in action, the South Korean Army gave over 200,000 soldiers. And in that narrow peninsula of Korea, being an artilleryman, I've done some research. That narrow peninsula is about the size of one of our states, Minnesota. It's about, maybe 175 miles wide and about 700 miles long. It's surrounded by powerful people, China, Russia, Japan, and all of them have been kind to Korea. So I want to thank this organization for its effort to erase, or at least not emphasize, mistakes made by our Army. I was not there at the time, I came later. But I just want to thank you for this organization and the people that are listed up here. And I thank you personally for your honor to me. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone more to share their reflections, please raise your hand. Our staff will bring the mic.
It was a setup. They already gave me the mic. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for inviting me. My grandfather, as I said earlier, it took him less than 10 seconds to decide whether or not to weigh in on the side of Korea in 1950. He never regretted that decision, although he said that a series of decisions around preserving Korea's freedom were some of the most difficult of his presidency. Fighting a limited war, preserving democracy. Today has been, and I think it's been, all of this has been an eye-opener for me because they don't teach No Gun Read in the schools. I never knew about it until not long ago. But I think it's important that we do talk about No Gun Read, talk about it all, because as has been said here today, if we don't, we will make the same mistakes all over again. And if we do, we will learn what we've done right and do better in the future. So again, thank you all for having me. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for being here. Mr. Chairman, thank you all for inviting me. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Back there.
Hello, everyone. As I look out among the faces of those gathered here, I am reminded of the theme of this event, beyond the past and toward the future. Seeing those of multiple generations tells me that the Korean War is not forgotten, that those who fought for freedom are not forgotten, that the lessons of peace, unity, international brotherhood are not forgotten. I like to think that I speak for all of the educators here when we say thank you for bringing events such as this to us so that we may learn the lessons and forward them to the next generation. And for those of you who are gathered here in remembrance of someone, we would like to tell you, as much as you appreciate us for teaching the next generation, we thank you for the sacrifices that your relatives, your loved ones have made, and we will continue to bring their stories to those who may not know them, but who can still enjoy the freedoms and the liberty and the positive lessons of hope that those who sacrificed so much have brought to us today. Thank you.
Here we have another distinguished guest who would like to share her reflection.
Can I go up to speak? If you don't mind, I'd like to pay my respects first. As I stand in this room before so many distinguished folks, a chance encounter I had with 3 elderly gentlemen at a Seoul train station 6 to 7 years ago has me on a journey. I saw a news about this event last night at 10 o'clock. It was listed as a news out of Jeju-do on KBS. I had a very long day. It was my nightly routine. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, Washington, D.C., tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I live outside of Philadelphia. So I started to drive at 6 in the morning to be here to pay my respects. So the encounter I had in train station in Seoul, 3 elderly gentlemen, Caucasian gentlemen, clearly lost. I approached them to say, may I be of help to you? And it turns out they were from Canada. They each reached into their pockets and they handed me tiny maple leaf Canadian flag pin. Tiny things. So I asked, where are you going? And they told me, I think it was Daegu, near Daegu they were going, and from there on they were going to Busan to pay their respects to the fallen soldiers' cemetery in Busan. So these gentlemen had met on the battlegrounds of Korean War. They remained friends, and this was to be their final trip together. So this is the older me in my 50s, having raised 2 sons. And I'm starting to do the math backwards. So how old would they have been? 17, 18? And I'm hearing of their story. And in looking back, these men had given the prime of their life in a place called Korea, fighting for the principles that we get to live through. So with that, I see them going to the train, and I'm sitting there, literally in the middle of, Seoul train station is a very, very crowded place, and I'm standing there, literally crying, with a conversation I had with 3 gentlemen. And from there, I started the journey to draft a plan to do a peace concert at DMZ with those countries who had sent troops to Korea during the war. Now we're going to turn around and ask them to send musicians. So I have this in writing. I approached my team, and a lot happened with the pandemic in the middle. I went to Korea 2 years ago. I met with a gentleman who's on the board of Rotary International Foundation. I am a Rotarian. I'm actually the president of Media Rotary outside of Philadelphia. I asked if we can do this as a Rotary Peace Project. They asked if we can wait until 2027 when Korea Rotary celebrates 100 years. So they were looking for a centennial project. So this is what they would like to do. So last month in Calgary at Rotary International Convention, we met, worked out the details. So we're proceeding. So in year 2027, I like to think sometime in September and October, there will be a very, very large concert to remind the world the prices that your loved ones and the ones who can't be with us have paid for. I am not a peacemaker in any way, shape, or form. I had a chance encounter with 3 men who spent an extraordinary part of their life never forgetting Korea. And they were taking their final trip to Korea. We cannot forget. An ordinary person, I am your suburban soccer mom from the United States outside of Philadelphia. I drafted a plan. This concert will happen, and in addition to that, as of last Friday, I have a commitment from world-renowned LED artists. In addition to the concert, there will be an LED theme exhibit that will remain lighted for about 2 years with Rotary International for Global Peace sign that's going to be lit up to remind the world where the war had stopped, that war should never be the option, that we should all choose peace. And we're going to do this broadcast throughout the world. So yes, this simple person who is so touched by the stories of complete strangers from Canada, I'll be doing my part to honor all of you with the families who have given so much. Some others say thank you, and let me see if I can get this done. So thanks so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say again how much gratitude I have for this space and how much I've learned today. It really is so powerful, and I want to share a quote from one of my favorite favorite poets, and from the book The Prophet by LeBron. And in it, he says, work is love made visible. And as we move forward and think about the future and go forward together, there's love in this room that will serve as a foundation for that, and for that I am so grateful and with much appreciation, because this work is grounded in love. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll share a quick story about me. 10 years old, kid in school, an educator came up to me, a teacher came up to me and asked how much I knew about the Korean War, and how much did I want to learn about my family's involvement with the Korean War. That teacher took me on a journey from my home in Louisiana all the way up to Maine to learn about my grandfather. That teacher was my mother, the daughter of Charles J. Loring, Alder Loring now. Her message was to show me the history of our family, to show me the sacrifice that was made by all the veterans in the Korean War, and what that meant to our country and to our military and to the people of the U.S. and the people of Korea. That message, stayed with me for a long time. My mom was a very adamant and very strong teacher, and she believed in the education system. And so thank you to all the teachers here and all the educators for your effort, your drive to bring the history back to the schools, back to the classrooms, teaching the kids, sending that message out there. So I want to give you guys a round of applause one more time for all that you do in the school system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Pending any further comments or reflection?
Raise your hand. Anyone? Eric?
Rebecca wants me to say something, but I didn't have something to say. I would like to defer to someone who has something in their heart they would like to share. I'm just taking it in. There's so much wisdom here. Okay. Koreans are very forceful. I've learned this stuff. So I will say that my grandfather was a Korean War veteran. He never talked about the war, so I never learned about that from him. As we've discussed, it was the forgotten war, and I think many Korean veterans here in the U.S. didn't know what to say about it. It wasn't spoken of in the news, so they just kept silent. And I think he carried those burdens with him to his death. And it's a blessing to us here in the U.S. to know that we're not forgotten in Korea. And we extend that to you as well in Korea, to know that your sacrifices were not forgotten. And it's truly just an encouragement to see this coming together of the past and future and healing. And instead of being about grievances, we're moving forward to healing and change. And I'd love to see this, especially in our political culture now, to see that we can come together in these ways. Writers, communicators, educators, everyone in this room representing different parts of our culture. So let's continue forward.
The monitor is waiting for this mic.
I don't know about that. Hi, everyone. I was the moderator for the first part of today. This has nothing to do with that, but some of your stories were very inspiring, so I wanted to share them. In 1998, I came to Korea for the first time to the World Culture Peace Expo. And I had a very random chance, by happenstance, I was invited to shake hands with former President Kim Dae-jung after he won the Nobel Peace Prize. And it was a very surprising and shocking moment, and it kickstarted my desire to learn more about the history in the peninsula and many of the reasons for why people are here today. However, that was not the most impressive thing I experienced at that visit. During my trip, I took a visit to Haeundae Beach in Busan. And everything's new and exciting. And on the way back, we stopped at an intersection, and I was standing, minding sort of my own business. And I felt this tug on my jacket, which for those of you who know Seoul, or how some people communicate, you'll know that I turned to find a quite elderly man who was very adamant that he had to talk to me. Fortunately, I had a friend who spoke Korean because mine wasn't very good at the time. And I was told, or he said, where are you from? I said, I'm from the United States. And he said, I want to tell you that I fought in the Korean War, and my American soldier friends are not here anymore for me to thank that what they did to support my country. And they don't know how thankful I am. They're gone. And I'm sure my age at the time reminded him of them. And he said, no, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, even though you don't know why. And I was sort of flabbergasted. I guess he was being still up to me. So I carry that with me much more than shaking the hands of a former president, because we came from a different place. And as Karen mentioned, a place of love, a place of honoring the past. I think each of us can do that too. It's just an intersection in the street, randomly in Busan, that we can share our stories that we experienced today, post online, however way we can give some recognition and echo it forward. Because it means a lot to people in ways that we don't fully understand. It meant a lot to me, and nearly 3 decades later, we're still sharing the story forward. So thank you all so much for coming to this event today.
There is a representative of the presenters.
Thank you very much. It's so thank you to, this is a group effort, right? This is something that has never happened before, and I would like to quote Stephen Pressfield, who is the author of a very small book called Do the Work. And he says that when you're bringing something new into the world, you're going to encounter what he calls resistance. It's nothing personal, it's just a natural force. I know that behind the scenes, things are going on, and everybody is performing at their best, so I really appreciate everybody who has brought this event together, as well as all of you for coming here. This event, of course, is focused on the Korean War and the Nogunri incident, and I will again refer to the book that's been discussed today, and especially chapter 1, which talks about Korea before the war, even before World War II. And there's a principle, both in morality and in law. The Latin is pacta sunt servanda, which means respect your agreements, keep your promises. A treaty is a legal obligation to keep a promise. That's what it is. So we've mentioned moral injury as a betrayal of trust, but if you go back into the earlier history of Korea, there was great betrayal before the Korean War, and by the United States. By not just the United States, but other countries who had pledged to help Korea. Joseon, thank you, Dr. Park. In the case that an oppressor deals unjustly, and that did not happen. And so that's layer upon layer upon layer of wounding. The last thing I want to mention, we're here to commemorate the anniversary of the Korean War. This is also an important anniversary of something that you may have never heard of, which is UN Security Council Resolution 1325, also known as the Women, Peace, and Security Resolution. It's 25 years old this year, and it's the first time that the Security Council said women must be at the peace table making decisions. Thank you, it's not me, it's the Security Council. A lot of people don't know about it, so half the battle is creating these norms, and then we have to educate and implement. So I encourage you to read chapter 1 of the book, and I should also say there's an index, and the two survivors, Mr. Yang and Mr. Hawk, are both indexed. All of the individual names mentioned in the book are in the index, and that was a labor of love. Thank you very much.
Anyone more volunteers?
You are the last.
Yeah. Today is ready a little bit late.
오늘 이 귀중한 시간을 내셔서 저희 노근리국제 포럼 참석해 주셔서 너무 감사합니다.
Thank you so very much for attending.
He just said, thank you very much for coming.
제가 1991년도에 저희 선친의 소설, 이 소설 한국어판을 2년 반 동안 도와드렸어요. 예, 맞습니다. 1991년도에
1991, he helped his father with his novel, this book.
저희 선친이 그때 연세가 한 70세쯤 되셨어요.
He was in his 70s.
저희 아버님이 이 소설이 출간이 안 되면 한이 맺힐 것 같아서 그때 제가 박사학위 코스를 마치고 졸업 논문을 쓰고 교수기로 하려고 준비하는 그런 타임이었는데 제가 잠깐 고민했어요.
Right at the time, he was preparing to be a professor at a university right after he finished his dissertation. So he kind of hesitated.
2년 반을 제가 박사학위 논문을 안 쓰고 이 책을 출판해 드렸습니다.
So he delayed, and then it took 2.5 years for him to finish this book and publish it for him.
제가 아버님께 가장 효도한 게 이 일이 아니었나
I think
싶습니다.
I was the good son because this is something he really wanted to finish.
그런데 우리 미국에 있는 친구 호프 메이 교수가 영문판을 이렇게 책을 내줘서 천국에 계신 저희 선친이 매우 기뻐하실 것 같습니다.
Says, I know my dad would be really delighted and honored because my friend in America, Hope May, helped me publish it in English language.
제가 노근리 일을 35년째 진상규명과 명예회복 일을 35년째 하고 있습니다.
I've been doing this work for 35 years. Help me with the wording. To get the truth and verify the truth.
힘든 과정이었는데
It's been really hard.
미국의 친구들이 저를 도와줬어요. AP 기자들이요.
A lot of friends in America, including AP reporters, they helped me.
미국 기독교 교회 협의회가 저희들이 미국에 올 돈이 없을 때 미국 기독교 교회 협의회가 저희 피해자들을 미국으로 초청해 줬습니다.
American Church Association, they helped me with financially when he tried to come to America.
펜타곤의 고위 관료들과의 회의도 주선해주고
They introduced dignitaries in the Pentagon.
내셔널 프레스 클럽에서 전 세계 기자들 대상으로 진실을 얘기할 수 있는 기회도 만들어 줬습니다.
And they prepared a session so that he can talk about how to find the truth about Nogun리 incident.
제가 이 선친의 소설을 도와드리고 노근리의 진실 규명 활동에 뛰어들었을 때 한 가지 믿음이 있어서 시작했습니다.
He had a faith when he jumped into figuring out the truth by helping his father.
미국은 인권을 존중하고
America is a country that honors human rights.
민주주의 국가이고
It's a democracy country.
그런 나이기 때문에 미국 정부에 탄원하고 그리고 증거를 잘 조사해서 미국 정부에 제출하고 미국의 언론에 얘기하면 언젠가는 그것을 들어줄 거라고 저는 믿음이 있어서 이 일을 시작했습니다.
Probably America will listen to me because it's a righteous country. That's the faith he had in his mind.
한국전쟁 당시 관련 국이 중국, 차이나도 있고요.
There are neighboring countries like China,
소련, 러시아도
Russia, and Japan.
근데 만약에 노근리 사건이 가정을 해서 아마 소련이나 중국에 의해서 발생했다면 저는 이 일을 시작하지 않았을 것입니다.
If the Nogunli incident happened in Russia or somewhere like in Japan, he wouldn't even jump in.
미국사에 대한 기본적인 믿음이 확실하게 있어서 시작했고요.
He started because he trusted America.
35년 동안 저희 미국의 많은 친구들이 도와줬는데 저는 오늘 이 행사를 마치면서 여기에 계신 모두가 저희 유족들, 피해자들의 친구가 됐으리라고 생각합니다.
He thinks it's thanks to those American friends who helped him at the beginning. He now finds you as his friends as well.
우리가 친구가 됐죠?
You know, closing this.
동의하십니까?
Do you agree?
같이 갑시다.
Yes. He says let's go together. Yes.
특별히 오늘 존 베이커
He especially is appreciative of John Baker, 96-year-old Korean War veteran.
감사를 드리고
Thank
모두
you very much.
같이 박수로
Please
한번
give him a big hand. His search uniform.
We go together.
Yes, let's go together. Yes, he searched, you know, his uniform is very tightening and then he's kind of sweating, but, you know, he's been very patient. And, yeah, thank you very much for your help and friendship. Thank you for coming.
Pending any further remarks, we'll conclude today's event entitled 75th Anniversary of Korean War Beyond the Past for the Future. We will have dinner ready soon, so please have a brief